Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the City Council meeting of December the 17th to order. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh? Yes. Here. Kenyon?
Here.
Petty?
Here.
Chinnett?
Here.
Shopmeyer?
Here.
Adams? Here. Long?
Here.
Gray? Here. Mayor Jordan?
Here. Would you join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the mayor's Under the mayor's announcement, proclamations, and recognitions, first thing I would like to do is recognize Mrs. Hopper's pre-AP Civics 9th grade class from Woodland Junior High. If y'all would be standing and recognized tonight. Welcome. The next thing is a special award that was given to the city that the Chief of Staff will announce this time.
Yes, Mayor. If we could have representatives from our Information Technology Department come up to the podium. And, Mayor, if you wouldn't mind heading there with the recognition. The National League of Cities selected the city of Fayetteville in our population category. They selected 10 of the top cities for the use of technology, citizen engagement, the ability to interact with the public both in transactions through electronic means, and the city of Fayetteville came in second only to Palo Alto, California in the Silicon Valley. So we're extremely proud of our IT department, and we're doing this, I'll remind the council, with outdated Serena Collage web content management systems, and we got quite kudos for the creative minds at the city, and imagine what we'll be able to accomplish when we do our web content management improvement this coming year in the capital plan. So a huge award for our department, and we're extremely proud of their work. We'd also like to thank the council for your budget authorizations and technologies over the last several years, both with our communication and phone systems, our help desk center, and our utilities area, our ability to take online payments, which will only improve with greater technology, our upcoming replacement of our Enterprise Resource Fund, or Enterprise ERP system, let me say it that way, which is our accounting backbone. So we appreciate all of your support as well.
Thank you all very much. Okay, the next thing we have tonight is the nominating committee report. Adela, I believe you have that tonight.
Yes, Mayor, I do. I'll accept the first. When we do our committee evaluate our meetings and our with our candidates, and we have some positions that are appointed by the mayor, and so I'm going to ask him to read those. There's one, the City Board of Health and the Public Facilities Board. We do have an interview with these candidates and give our approval as a nominating committee, but I would like for the mayor to read the City Board of Health,
which is Shauna Kasparic,
and the Public Facility Board,
Hugh Ernst.
Hugh Ernst, okay. Those were excellent candidates. I want to tell you that we did 48 interviews. We did some Tuesday evening and some Wednesday evening, and made 28 appointments. It was an excellent group of candidates, as always. We always leave feeling so lucky to be in Fayetteville, where we have so many candidates and constituents from our city who are eager to help on these commissions and boards. And so I will read those at this time. The Active Transportation Advisory Committee had 5 appointments. Johnny Chamberlain, 1 unexpired community citizen at large, term ending 12/14. Mike Gibbs, 1 unexpired community citizens at large, term ending 12/14. Jared Hintergart, 1 unexpired community citizen at large, term ending 12/14. Brian Kelly, 1 community citizen at large, term ending 12/15. Clint Thomas, 1 community citizen at large, term ending 12/15. The airport board had 2 appointees. Joshua Mahoney, 1 pilot, term ending 12/31/18. Darrell Riddell, 1 business term ending 12/31/18. The audit committee had 1 appointment. L. Wayne Britt, 1 citizen at large, term ending 12/31/16. Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeal, Marilyn Shoffett, 1 citizen at large, unexpired term ending 3/31/14. We had 1 more position for which we did not have any applicants. So we'll be looking to fill, we'll announce that one again next time, and maybe we'll have some applicants. A new board that we are very excited about, the first one in the state of Arkansas, the Energy Improvement District. We have 6 appointees, and their district terms will be decided at their first meeting. They will draw lots. Some will be 1 year and some will be 2-year appointments. Don Bennett, Stanley Green, Jim Halsell, Michael Phipps, Corey Runnels, and Julie Trivett. We're very excited to be the first Energy Improvement District in the state of Arkansas. Environmental Action Committee had 4 appointees. Robert Moore, 1 citizen at large, term ending 12/31/16. Angela Wisely, 1 unexpired citizen at large, term ending 12/14. Joanna Pollock, 1 unexpired citizen at large, term ending 12/6/15. And Garnet Wise, 1 unexpired local industry, term ending 12/15. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board had 3 appointees. Wade Caldwell, 1 citizen at large, term ending 12/16. Terry Lawson, 1 citizen at large, term ending 12/16. And David Priest, term ending 12/16. Telecom Board had 3 appointees. Cammie English, citizen at large, unexpired term ending 6/17. Wendell Huggins, 1 citizen at large, term ending 6/17. Madeline McMorrick, 1 citizen at large, term ending 6/17. Urban Forestry Advisory Board, Sarah King, 1 development term ending 12/31/15. Dr. Donald Steinkraus, University Representative, term ending 12/15. Amy Jones, 1 unexpired Tree Service Community, term ending 12/14. And Kathy Launder, a community citizen at large, term ending 12/15. I want to say that each of these individuals will be sent a letter from the clerk's office being advised that they have been appointed. And all of those who were not appointed will also receive a letter saying that we thank you so much for your application, and we hope that you will apply again as soon as you see a spot on a board or commission or committee that you would enjoy completing. I bring this as a motion from the nominating committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the appointments of the nominating committee, correct?
And I believe your motion is also to confirm the appointment of Hugh Ernest and the City Board of Health.
That is true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hugh is not Dr. Benton, you may email, and I think you concur with the minutes that reflect that the mayor made the appointment and, pursuant to statute as required by the act, and that the city council has the motion to confirm the appointment.
That's correct.
Thank you. All right. Everybody good? All right. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Petty.
Yes.
Tenet.
Yes.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
Okay. Now moving along to the consent agenda. Number one, approval of the December 3rd, 2013 City Council meeting minutes. Number two, Police Department policy, a resolution approving Federal Police Department Policy 41.2.9, foot pursuit. Number three, Cruise Uniform and Equipment Incorporated, resolution approving RFP 13-17 and approving a contract with Cruise Uniform and Equipment Incorporated, Service Quartermaster for the Police Department. Number four, Federal Police Department donation revenue. Resolution approving a budget adjustment in a total amount of $3,050, recognizing donation revenue to the Federal Police Department in support of Officer Service Awards, general recognition and repair for the vandalized Police Memorial Monument. Number five, Safeware. A resolution approving a purchase of a hazardous materials decontamination tent from Safeware through a cooperative purchasing agreement in the amount of $42,060.74 and approving a budget adjustment. Number six, bid number 13-54, College Shoe Shop. Resolution awarding bid number 13-54 and approving an agreement with the College Shoe Shop in the amount of $22,000 for the purchase of wildland firefighting boots for fire department. Number seven, General Construction Solutions Incorporated, change order number 3. Resolution approving change order number 3 to the contract with General Construction Solutions Incorporated in the amount of $7,009 and approving an additional project contingency in the amount of $700 for the construction of improvements to Mount Sequoia Gardens. Number 8, CDBG Public Facilities Lease Program. Resolution approving an amendment to the lease agreement with Prism Education Center for 2190 South Razorback Road, which is part of the CDBG Public Facilities Lease Program. And number 9, AMP Bond Special Election. Resolution approving a budget adjustment in the amount of $14,000 to provide funding for the payment of costs related to the AMP Bond Special Election. I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as read.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda as read. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Petty.
Yes.
Tenet.
Yes.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
Okay, under the next order of business, we're going to have 3 items under the public hearing category. And I'm going to read this first. On the first 2, I'm going to read this and have the staff give a small presentation, brief presentation, then we'll open it up for a public hearing, okay? So you have a little background. All right, number 1, raising and removal costs for 515 East Township Street. A resolution certifying to the tax collector of Washington County, Arkansas, the cost of raising and removal of a dilapidated and unsafe structure upon the property owned by Marshall Aaron Mahan, located at 515 East Township Street in the city of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Ted?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the final step that Council needs to take to finish the raise and removal process for 515 Township. The cost for the raise and removal was $4,200. We also have $198.45 for the administrative and filing fees. If we add the 10% penalty on top of that, the total lien amount requested is $4,838.30. We are asking that Council pass the resolution, and once this money is paid, it will return back to the general fund. We're requesting that the resolution passes to impose a lien for this amount.
Any questions from Chad on this? Okay, I'm going to open it up for public hearing. Does anyone want to address us on this? So I'll bring it back to council. All right. This resolution, yes.
Motion to pass the resolution. Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass the resolution. Any final comments on that? All right, Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Petty.
Yes.
Tenet.
Yes.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
Okay, number 2 is similar. Number 2, raising and removal costs for 1717 South Sturman Avenue, resolution certifying to tax collector, Washington County, Arkansas, the cost of raising and removal of a dilapidated and unsafe structure upon the property owned by Mary Lou Guthrie located at 1717 South Sturman Avenue in the city of Fayetteville, Arkansas. Chad.
1717 Sturman, this property, it cost $4,550 to raise it. That was the contractor cost for the low bid. We also have $207.90 for administrative and filing costs. With a 10% penalty, the total that we're requesting to impose a lien is for $5,233.69. And like the other one, once it's paid, the money will return back to the general fund. We're requesting that you pass this resolution.
Any questions, Chad, on that? Okay, I'm going to open it up for public hearing. Does anybody like to address us on this?
Well, I think I've been here to discuss this one before. There's something really special here. I noticed reading on the backup material today, talks about Mrs. Mary Guthrie, who owned that property until she died at in front of a railroad train in Greenland several years ago. Apparently nobody in her family has been able to take care of the situation, and I did some months ago, I believe, I can't remember now how long it was when it was last back up at the council level. But anyway, tried to talk with family members, but didn't learn much. So there's a big question about that land. If the city's got a lien on it, and it's going to go up for sale eventually, at some point we should be trying to purchase that land because it's in the floodplain. It's the floodplain of the stream that comes from the Walmart, excuse me, and the interstate all the way halfway to Weddington, and parts of the Markham Hill that flow into that, and so forth, and some from even Kessler Mountain area, or that the eastern part of that same ridge comes down there. So there's a lot of water already. It floods some houses. Some houses on that stream have been flooded in the past, and the land between that house, where that house stood, which I went today to see its status, but it's totally leveled and gravel spread out over the soil there. But it's perfect for something like Tricycle Farm, another community farm or garden, we'd call it. And it doesn't have to be worked on very much. I mean, admittedly, as I say, you can see the gravel got spread on top. But basically, the soil has not been removed from there. Between there and the stream itself, there's a for sale sign on land that's just a little bit slightly lower and clearly in the floodplain. And it's got sewer and stormwater pipes running through that area, paralleling the stream. It's the sewer line that would attach to South Pass, if that's completed. Anyway, that's a filled area. So that fill where the pipes are now underground is non-absorbent soil, or to a great degree, and not nearly as productive as possibly that could be. But it should be planted in wildflowers, and mostly it's allowed to do that. But still, instead of treating it as a streamside protection area, it gets mowed to some extent. And it's just a critical place for for people that downstream, it's this way, from up to the west, who have property down south of there. So, all the way to Beaver Lake, it's the, what I call the west arm of the town branch of the West Fork of the White River. Just downstream from there, the Cato Springs branch comes in to the, through the park there at, Great House Springs Park. Anyway, Great House Park. Anyhow, the point is that this should not be something that goes up for some developer to come out and further fill the floodplain there and further destroy the area with the natural soil. And it could be a very useful place if we wanted to look at another community garden. And I bet it's inexpensive. The property between there and the creek hasn't sold. It's had a sign for several years. People know, but you know, by looking, I think it's not a good place to try to build something, or something that's not up on stilts at least. So, and of course, as I say, I knew that lady, and she was a great citizen and educator. She was even into her 70s, trying to operate a daycare for children and that sort of thing, and she'd buy books for them wherever she could get them. And it could be the Mary Guthrie Community Garden or something of that sort. If we could figure out a way to do that, starting now, when we're going through this process of whatever. Actually, I think the public might like to know more about how that process works from here on in. We turn it into the tax collector and so forth, and I've never understood exactly what it is. But given that the family members haven't come forth to save the property, I suspect it's going to go on the sale block, and it'll be up for grabs for people with bad intentions as well as good ones. So if we could just hear a word or two about how that works while we're doing this last
Okay.
thing. Thank you.
Ted, can you answer that?
Like I said, this is the final few steps, putting a lien on the property to recoup the costs that the city incurred to correct the violation, which was an unsafe building. And what we do after that, it's up to the estate of Ms. Guthrie and any other property owner that owns the land. It's up to them. All we're doing is trying to recoup the costs for correcting the violation. And so what the estate does is not up to the city or anything like that, and what the council does doesn't matter on this item. This item we're just trying to put a lien on, so we will recoup our costs.
Okay. Aubrey, does that answer your question? Aubrey.
Yes, sir, but I would like to say that there are a lot of people, some of them here tonight maybe, to talk about the community garden situation, urban agriculture. And there was a thing out today on the internet about the fact that the United Nations has actually come out to say that worldwide we need more local gardening. We need more food production on a small scale in cities and all over the world, wherever it's possible. And I think it's very significant that we maybe at least let the public know that this would be a suitable place that would not cost much to develop as a garden, even if it's not on the city list of community gardens. But it's the type of place that should be rescued for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Aubrey. Who else would like to address us on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. What's the wishes of the council?
Motion to pass the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to pass the resolution. Any final comments? Yes, sir.
I would just like to say that Aubrey raises a really good point. This parcel is actually going to be located along our future trail extension. And it's in an area where a lot of people are struggling with food insecurity, so a community garden would be a tremendous asset to that neighborhood. So I would like to see us take some action to implement Aubrey's vision for this site.
And that would be what?
How do we go about making community
I have
gardens?
no idea. Kit, do you have?
The lien only gives us the right to recoup our costs if the property is sold. It doesn't give us any property interest in the land itself. If the city council wants to buy land, then you can certainly appropriate the money for it and offer to purchase it from the owner wherever this land might be.
Okay, so maybe we just add that to the list of our Parks Department for consideration for
Yeah.
acquisition for a community garden. So,
Yeah, I mean, but that can be done later.
yeah,
correct?
absolutely. I'm just
Okay,
Certainly
okay,
not
okay,
part of
okay.
No, I'm not
I'm
moving,
trying to
I'm not
tie all
moving that we
this
do
with
anything
what we're-
tonight, but
yeah,
I think
okay.
that this is something that our Parks Department should
Sure,
consider.
all right,
As a
okay.
way to settle the debt.
all right. But everybody's good with what we have right here?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Sonny, did you get that in the minutes? Sarah? Okay, thank you. All right, if there's not anything else, Sonny, would you please call the roll?
Marsh,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Hetty,
Yes.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Shopmar. Adams. Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
Okay, the next public hearing is, number 3, vacation 13-4516, Brenda Drive Court and Walton Street, University of Arkansas. Public hearing on the petition of the University of Arkansas to vacate Brenda Drive Court and Walton Street and out. I will open up the public hearing. I assume the University of Arkansas would like to address us on this first, or not?
Yeah, it is their petition that
Okay.
is being heard tonight, and then after the public hearing, we can go to the ordinance.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Jay Young with Development Consultants. We're the consultants advising the university on this matter. And this first order of business, the public hearing, I don't believe we have any comment on this one at this time. I think when the ordinance comes up, I'll be available to give my comments at that time.
Okay.
But I am available if there's any questions.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else want to address us in the public hearing? Hey, Aubrey.
Oh, once again, I'm disappointed that the screen doesn't have the maps and so forth showing where these things are for people who are in the room and make sure they're being seen and people at home. Thank you.
Can you pull that up, Jeremy? In the meantime, does anyone else want to address us on the public hearing into this? Oh, that sounded like a game show. If there's not any, oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes. My name is Deborah Boddington. I live in Ward 4. I've been a resident there since 1986. And I'm not real political and used to doing this sort of thing, so I don't know whether this is the time to speak or whether this is going to...
You certainly can
It's
speak
public,
now.
yes, ma'am.
This is a public hearing. I think once the ordinance is read again, you could also speak
Yes.
later, but you can certainly speak right now.
Well, maybe once it's read, it would make more sense to everyone here what the comments are. There would be more to speak to. So I'll just wait for the ordinance.
Sure. Sure.
And I'll come back up then.
Yeah, well, I'll take more public comment when we read.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Anyone else want to address us on the public hearing? Okay, I will close that, and we'll go on to the unfinished business of the number 1 vacation of 13-4516 Brenda Drive Court and Walton Street, University of Arkansas, an ordinance to approve the University of Arkansas's petition to vacate Brenda Drive, Court Street, Walton Street, and a 30-foot wide alley, all within property owned by the University of Arkansas. I will entertain a motion to go to, entertain a motion to go to the third and final reading. Correct?
Yes, or else I get to read it.
Or he's gotta read the whole thing again?
So moved.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself. I have a motion, second, go to third and final reading. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Hetty.
Yes.
Tenet.
Yes.
Stottmeyer.
Yes.
Adams. Yes. Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
An ordinance to approve the University of Arkansas's petition to vacate Brenda Drive, Court Street, Walton Street, and a 30-foot wide alley, all within the property owned by the University of Arkansas. And I should say, for the statute that you're being able to vacate this on, here is the test that statute lays out. It says, at the meeting of the council, as designated in the notice, any property owner affected may be heard. The council shall then determine whether, from the standpoint of public interest and welfare, the street or alley should be vacated as proposed by the petition.
Okay.
Thank you. We discussed this at the Ward 4 meeting last month. The easement on the north side, if you can see it up on your screen, it's the easement on the very top that looks like an L almost. Is directly across from a street called Thomas. And Thomas is a very narrow street that two cars can't pass at the same time on. And because of that, it can't handle additional traffic. And I've heard from multiple constituents, we heard from people at our Ward 4 meeting that would like the north entrance HOTS to remain closed. And also that will help prevent traffic from filtering from the parking lot back in through the neighborhood, which has very narrow streets. All of the streets in that area are very narrow. So I'd like to make an amendment to the conditions of approval. It would be a condition of approval number 4, stating that the north side of the property will not have an outlet or entrance onto HOTS.
So it's the amendment to close the north side of the property, correct? Did I get that right? I mean, to traffic.
Make that a motion.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, let's deal with the amendment first, shall we? So what discussion do we have among the council on that? Go ahead, Matthew, and then Sarah.
Well, I'd like to hear from the university or the representative about the amendment, how it
Sure.
would impact their plans.
I was going to do that, I just did not know if there was going to be any discussion about shelf water. Yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, again, Jay Young, Development Consultants. We've had meetings with the city and spoken with Jeremy, and the city planning is in agreement that the policy of connectivity that the city has should be maintained, and that they are not in favor of eliminating this connection to Hot Street. I'd like to point out that the day-to-day traffic that we are anticipating for these parking lots is going to consist mainly of two different characters of parkers. First will be some long-term student parking. Those students will be there, they'll park their car, they'll leave them there for the whole week. It won't be come-and-go traffic all the time for those types of parkers. The other types of parkers we anticipate using those parking lots during the daytime are going to be student, staff, and faculty parking. Those student, staff, and faculty parking are more of a come and go throughout the day type traffic. It's not going to be a mad rush in the morning and a mad leaving in the afternoon where people are going to be trying to fight for ways to get out of this parking lot. They're going to be filtering in through the day and filtering back out. Those people who are going to be traveling from off campus to park here will most likely take the most direct route to these parking lots. The most direct route will be to come right down Razorback Road and access this area. So we don't anticipate that those people are going to be trying to meander through winding neighborhoods to get back out to a main road somewhere, when it's much easier to just travel down Razorback Road, especially since, like we say, it won't be during mad rush traffic hours. It'll just be filtering through the day. Also like to point out that this parking lot, as a U of A parking lot, will be for permit parking during daytime hours on Monday through Friday. Those hours are from 7 until 5 p.m. Outside of those hours on Monday through Friday, this is open to anybody to park in, which would be a benefit to these neighborhoods. This would be available to them, friends and family, to park in and then to easily walk to their places if they don't have adequate driveway and parking facilities of their own. So this is useful for that, in that purpose. The connection at HOT specifically, we see that as a benefit to the neighborhoods in that those people that are in these neighborhoods now that have to travel outside of their neighborhoods daily to go to work or go to the grocery store, as they leave, today they have to go to an uncontrolled intersection at HOTS and Razorback. When we put this connection in, those travelers will be able to turn, go down the new road. You'll see at the blue road right there, they'll be able to turn, go right down the blue road, and then go to Meadow Street intersection where there will be a traffic signal so that they'll have a controlled way to turn right or left onto Razorback Road. We see that as a benefit for these neighborhoods. As well as along these streets, we're putting in sidewalks, so it's not just the street traffic that can benefit, but it would be pedestrians as well, as they will be able to walk to the same controlled intersection at Meadow Street, and they can safely cross the road at the traffic signal. We do also understand that during athletic events, this is going to be an athletic parking lot, and there will be, at those times, a large amount of parkers who will be entering and then leaving, but that is no different than what we have today. These neighborhoods already fill up on game day traffic, and with 72,000 fans here for a football game, it's already a madhouse in these neighborhoods. This parking lot is not going to have any effect on that traffic as it is on those 6 days a year now. We also believe that with 850 to 900 parking spaces, by eliminating this connection on the north, it will severely limit the ability for people to efficiently maneuver, get in and out of these parking lots. It gives them that greater flexibility in case one of these entrances is ever blocked for an emergency of any kind. You still have the other entrance and exits to utilize. So I would strongly the council not to accept the amendment. I'm available if you have any questions.
Yes, what questions do we have from Mr. Young on this? Yes.
I have a question. You said something about the people that are going to be parking there are not going to be involved in I think you said a mad rush to get out at 5 p.m. And you said that they would be using the exits onto Razorback anyway.
They would primarily be accessing the parking lots by traveling from the north to the south by coming down Razorback Road, or by coming from the south to the north by coming up Razorback Road from the other main roads, namely Maple Street, North Street, Martin Luther King. Those are the ways we anticipate people will get here, because that's the most direct route. Once they get to here, they'll have the option of turning on Nettleship, going up Graham, turning on Center Street, going up Graham, or turning on Hotz and going south into this parking lot, or turning into Meadow Street and coming into these parking lots. Those multiple points of access will be beneficial as they approach it from Razorback Road.
So back to my question, you said that they would be using the exits on Razorback and other areas anyway. So my question would be, what would it hurt to close Razorback if they're going to be using the other exits primarily?
Well, they would be, regardless of the one Meadow Street street crossing or street intersection that we have on Razorback Road. There's also the existing street, Center Street. There's the existing street, Nettleship, and the existing street, Hotz. And as people access this parking lot, we don't need all of them going to just Meadow Street waiting at the stoplight to come in. As they come down Razorback Road, they can turn west on Hotz and then turn south into this parking lot. That way, it's more efficient that people have multiple ways to enter and exit this, so that they don't have to stack up and wait for a traffic signal on Meadow.
But you do have 3 other entrances or exits to the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, one of my other questions was, we had spoken with Jay Honeycutt. Is he here
No, sir.
tonight? He, at the
Mike
Ward,
Johnson is here.
At the Ward 4 meeting, Jay Honeycutt had indicated to Alderman Adams and myself that he would be willing to work with the idea of closing the entrance on Hotz.
My conversations with the university were they would prefer not to close the intersection on Hotz, that it is a benefit to their project, and they would like it to remain open.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Sarah?
Would the university be willing to fund some sidewalk and street improvements on Thomas Avenue in exchange for these abandoning these right-of-ways?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that. That's not currently in the portion of the project that our firm is working on.
Because it seems like we have some valid pedestrian safety issues there, and maybe if we could provide a safe route for those pedestrians, that might alleviate some of the concerns of the neighborhood.
Can we do that?
Can you speak a little bit louder and into the microphone?
Sorry. Basically, we have some pretty serious, pedestrian safety concerns with this on Thomas Avenue, and maybe this is an opportunity for the university to step up and make those pedestrian improvements in order to provide a safe passage route in order to alleviate for any negative impacts caused by this new parking situation.
Any condition that the city council would want to place upon the vacation should be tied directly to the effect that the vacation might be having. If the city council determines that there is a direct effect upon something, then you can place a condition to try to remedy that effect. But it needs to be tied to the vacation and not just because we might need it for some other reason.
Well, it seems like a large volume of cars being discharged onto that street would create a direct impact on the pedestrian safety there.
It's up for the city council to determine that. That's your all's decision.
I would, I guess, reiterate that we don't anticipate that there's going to be this large volume of cars other than on those 6 major football games that we have each year where there's already a large volume of cars. Those streets that handle it now will continue to handle it. We primarily see people are going to try to go back to the most direct route. So those that are going to exit these parking lots to the north onto Hotz will most likely turn east to go back to Razorback Road.
Do you anticipate any increase in pedestrian traffic along North Thomas Avenue to people who are accessing their cars in that parking lot?
Most of the people who are going to park here are going to be university students and staff. There are no facilities that are due north along Thomas Avenue. Most of those people are probably going to go on the existing sidewalks and continue to walk to the east to access the locations where they're heading. So I don't think that there's going to be that much of an impact, either traffic or pedestrian, up or down Thomas Avenue. This is a street connection, and there may be some additional cars. I don't see it being a huge volume of additional cars or pedestrians.
Regarding people possibly walking north on Thomas, remind me where the bus picks up, because I imagine a lot of people that park here are going to use Razorback Transit to get somewhere. Is that at the end of Hotz, or is it at the end of...
Actually, we're going to have 2 bus stops within the development itself. They're most likely going to be on Meadow Street, not up on Hotz.
Okay.
We may have one on Meadow and one on Center, or both of them on Meadow. It's yet to be determined. We have not been planning on putting one up on Hotz.
But likely to park and then walk more in the south direction to get on the
Yes, sir.
Razorback Transit as opposed to walking through.
Yes, sir. And actually, that's a good point, in that the people that are coming here will be arriving here in their vehicles and most likely getting on the buses for their transportation around to the
Too far of a
university.
walk anywhere on campus at that spot. Except Hyper, I guess. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I had a question for staff. At the beginning of the gentleman's statement, he mentioned that staff was supportive of the university's planned connection to Hotz based on our connectivity policy. Could you explain what that policy is, why we have it, and why you are supporting this plan based on it?
Sure. As you know, the City Council long has had a strong policy of connectivity with our streets. We don't no longer allow dead-end streets, cul-de-sacs. We don't allow gated communities here. We have a strong policy of connecting streets up both in neighborhoods, but also commercial properties connecting to one another. The reasons behind that are founded really in distribution of traffic. The more points that you can distribute traffic in an area, it reduces congestion on any one road network. So a lot of times before, back in the 80s, 70s, when we had neighborhoods that only have one way in and one way out, that's where you hear a lot today of major congestion. You really can't get out on one street because it's the only way in and out. And so there's often sort of a balancing act that we have to play between cut-through traffic and connectivity, and those are we always try to find those. I think the concern here is not necessarily the connectivity that we're hearing, it's what would happen if cut-through traffic begins to occur within the neighborhood. There are remedies to that, offsetting intersections, for instance. Currently, this plan shows this intersection aligning with Thomas. It could potentially be shifted just due west, due east, to be directly offset of that, so it's not just a straight across shot. That's a psychological thing because it's just as easy to drive across, but it's something that can alleviate some of those concerns. But as Mr. Young stated, we're strongly in support of this connecting the streets. We oftentimes have developments fight this very thing, not wanting to connect streets up, and so to have someone come here to request that and show it on their initial plans, we certainly are supportive of that, and that's why we added the condition that it should be constructed as shown, and the Planning Commission also voted 8-0 in support of that policy. So did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Young? Okay.
Thank you.
Who else would like to address us on this? Please introduce yourself and come to the microphone. Everybody gets one turn at the mic, unless the council member brings you up to ask you questions.
Again, I'm Deborah Boddington, a resident of Ward 4. I was trying to take notes when he was going through things so quickly, and I guess there's a couple of points that he mentioned that I would take issue with. The biggest being that he really did not talk much about the people coming from the northwest part of our neighborhood, and that would basically be Weddington. So if you go north, if you're trying to go north and west from these parking lots, which students and staff and faculty and visitors and everybody else will be doing because that part of the city is growing just like the rest of ours, and maybe even more in some respects, out Weddington. But even if you want to hit 540 that way and go out to the mall or go north of town, this is going to be your cut-through. And, that's going to be the escape route or whatever you want to call it to get out of this. Instead of, I think some people will use Razorback. And some people, of course, will go south and go on to Martin Luther as well. But those are the streets that are going to be developed in Razorback Road even more. That's getting ready to turn 4 lanes. So our tax dollars and our desire for connectivity is certainly, that's being spoken to in that way. And I still contend that giving this outlet into the neighborhood is going to be a big step toward it not being much of a neighborhood anymore. And it's not just Thomas that we're talking about back in the neighborhood. This may be a sidebar of what the ordinance is here, so there may be another time or place to address this. But and I know we're putting in some sidewalks, and that's great. And we're putting those in along the route right now that's being seen as the escape route out that way. But if folks can go out center, which they already can out these parking lots, and the last 2 years we've seen, as these, really even less time than that, a lot of structures have been torn down. And so these have become parking lots certainly within the last year, maybe even less than that. And so, a number of structures have been torn down already, and the lots are there, they're just gravel. But they can get out on to Center and all that already. And so what some folks do then is they go out on Center and they kind of cut back around and come down Palmer. So we're already seeing some of that. So it's not completely cutting off the connectivity, is what I guess I'm trying to speak to their argument that this is cutting off connectivity, because it's really not. They can go out the south or they can go out the east. And if they're bent on going northwest, then there's still a way for them to turn and do that at this point. They hit a 5-way stop when they go out that way, that just turned into a 5-way stop maybe a year and a half ago. Before that, there was one road through it, Hotz, that had the right-of-way. And then there were 3 that had to stop. It's a complicated intersection there. And also at that intersection is a park, Hotz Park. So we got that going on. And then also coming through that park is the college branch of the White River. So as this whole thing gets thought of and development gets seen, I know these are maybe some bigger issues. And hopefully we can all work together to make this neighborhood a walkable, nice, pleasant neighborhood. I mean, the sidewalks are a great improvement, but just because they're sidewalks doesn't mean we have to allow all of this traffic to cut through an established neighborhood. And I might say, this neighborhood is a varied neighborhood. I mean, we have students in it, we have rental, we have homeowners, we have high-dollar homes on down Sang and out that way, which is basically part of what this escape route will be. So there's a lot going on back there. I think we really have the potential as it's a unique neighborhood in Fayetteville, and I just see this as the beginning of just a whole lot of traffic coming into it, and us maybe not developing it in a good way. You know, the efficiency that, as it stands, if we allow it, it would be efficient for traffic. That's the only way that he kept mentioning the word efficiency. So it's efficient for traffic. Another thing I'd like to mention, I think it will be traffic it'll be there a lot of the time. It's not just going to be morning and afternoon. I mean, those will be heavy times, but students come and go all day. Faculty come and go all day. To another point, visitors right now in the neighborhood, most of us have driveways. And, you know, at this point through the years, I've not seen a real problem for people coming to visit us, so I'm not sure that benefit to the neighborhood would be very great. This is on the far end of the neighborhood. It's not like it's in the middle for visitors, traffic of people that are homeowners there, or even visiting rental people. And there are a lot of safety issues there for pedestrians there. We had a death in that neighborhood years ago, right there around this intersection of Palmer that I'm talking about. So the neighborhood got money and built a bridge to the park and all kinds of things like that to try to alleviate that. So I think the sidewalks, I'm all for, you know, some of those improvements, and not just on Thomas. I mean, there's some other ones around there. I guess, you know, that's about it. I would just have to say that I do think it could be the beginning of a very unique neighborhood that's going to end up having a lot of people just go out that way to get to the northwest. And that's going to be their cut through. And I see it as a place, if we could connect some of the trails and some of the bike stuff, and it's part of town and gown at this point with some lighting and, you know, it has the potential to be a real walkable, beautiful part of Fayetteville. So I would just ask you to take all those things into consideration. Thank you.
Hang on, Mr. Monty.
Ma'am, can I ask you one question?
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about something else that you didn't mention. I've tried to turn on to Razorback during rush hour, and it's a nightmare from one of the side streets. And I was wondering, let's say that if we passed the amendment before us and the connection wasn't made, and then Razorback Road is widened, do you think that Halts at the bottom of the hill on Razorback would need its own signal?
You know, it's hard to know. I would hope that the amount of traffic on the Heights would not need a signal. I mean, you know, we're trying to keep that huge amount out of there because you've got to park.
Right, yeah.
Right there, and there's 5 roads coming in there.
Right. That's why I was asking actually from your perspective, from the people who already live there, because I know how hard it is to turn on to Razorback there. Do you think for people leaving the neighborhood that they would need a signal?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And if you're talking about, say, you're on Heights and you're trying to get onto Razorback specifically,
right.
You know, a lot of times you just go right there. That's happened more and more during the years. The 4 lanes, that is, I know, a separate project, but it does have an impact on this whole thing. And we maybe have to look at those at different times, but that may go quite a ways to alleviate some things. I'm not prepared to. I have gone to some of the meetings about the Razorback Road, and I think what we'll see there, I think this is right, that there will be a traffic light or 2 along that improvement. Other folks could speak to that more than I could. And so that's going to do some stop and go, and I think that's going to help instead of hurt at this point as far as getting traffic out of the neighborhood. So I think a light on into the neighborhood will not be needed if what we're trying to do at Razorback tends to help there. Because right now Razorback is just, it's got the right of way the whole time.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't planning on speaking, but that's my wife, and I support and echo her remarks as well. Additionally, we were out taking a walk one day, and I snapped a photo of where the new proposed street would come up that the university, I guess, is going to build. And on this photo, and I'm going to pass my phone around, where the black vehicle is Hotz, and where the truck coming down the hill is Thomas Avenue. And you'll clearly be able to see that the road is extremely narrow and unsafe. And if the objective of the city is connectivity, it would appear to me that the map is kind of swayed toward all the traffic going south, when in fact that's a huge anticipation, because we can't anticipate that every student and everyone coming to a football game in and out is going to go south. They're not going to do that. They are going to find out that this neighborhood exists, and they are going to cut through, because they cut through right now during football games. So if I may, I'd like to take my phone and start it out. It's number 57 to 63. It's the only photo that shows, and you can enlarge it. But you can see that's one vehicle going south down Thomas. I'm a retired colonel from the United States Army. And I did about 30 years in the Army. And I've been on lots of missions. And whenever we do a mission, we do the same thing that you guys do. We look out for safety, welfare, and health of soldiers. And what this is really about is safety, health, and welfare of students and Razorback fans. Students when it's a student parking lot, and Razorback fans when it's a function. And if that's our goal, then the goal should be that the map, whenever we have a map in the Army and we're looking at a map of our AO, or our area of operation, we also show our left flank, our right flank, our north and south borders, which this map does not show. And if it did, it would show Thomas which is on the phone. And as you can see, that is an extremely narrow road. And on each side of that road, it does not have culverts. They're open ditches. And what's going to happen is when you have a night game, you're going to have a lot of people walking up and down there intoxicated. And if you put a northern route coming out of that parking lot, as proposed by this gentleman, cars are going to go diddle straight down the middle like soldiers. And when they do that, they're not going to necessarily take a right and go out Razorback the most expeditious way. They're going to take a left down Hotz. And when they go to the left down Hotz, they hit the first light, or the first stop sign, which is at Palmer. And then they're going to dogleg and have to go up to Markham. That's their second dogleg. Then they're going to dogleg down to Cross. Then they're going to dogleg down to Sang. And then they're going to dogleg down to Weddington to get out. That's the way they come in. So you already have a bottleneck that exists. And what you're going to do is you're going to make that bottleneck increase tenfold. And the reason you're going to do it and make it even worse is the fact that north to Hotz, perpendicular to Hotz, is the street Thomas. And I don't think that many people have reconned. And in the Army, we recon everything. We do route recons. And we look at what we call, in your case, this is Razorback, and Markham, and Hotz, and Thomas. But in the Army, we call them MSRs, main supply routes. And whenever we do a main supply route, we also look at alternate supply routes, which this gentleman has looked at as well. And one of his alternate supply routes is Hotz. When in fact, it should be, if we're looking at connectivity, we should also include Thomas, because Thomas runs north and south. If the goal is to be running traffic north and south, as he proposed on his map, which is south-oriented, he only showed the northern border of Hotz, and everything else goes south, then in fact, what should, I think in my estimation of the situation, would be that we should have put the ultimate north boundary on there, which was Markham and Hotz, which go north or go east-west, are connected through one street, Thomas, going north-south. And Thomas is very thin, as you can see. That's one truck. That's one city truck. That's one concrete truck going down the street. And there, no truck, no car, no bicycle, no pedestrian could have gone up and down that street, because I tried that day. And I'd also at this time like to thank the city for the sidewalks, for putting in the crew, that they're doing a great job, and they're really super. But bottom line short is, if we're talking about connectivity, if our goal is connectivity, then I would ask the board and the council and the mayor to ponder the thought of certainly improving Thomas where it's passable by two vehicles that can each go side by side, north-south, as opposed to just one way. Because as this gentleman had previously spoken, if you put that parking lot with an exit going north, to make an assumption that cars are going to go left and right when there's a street right in front of them that goes directly north, I think is a wrong assumption. I think many cars are going to go north. And then you're going to have cars coming off of Markham, and many cars are going to go south. So we're talking about connectivity, and Thomas is just about a one-way street. If you have not been out to Thomas, I challenge you to go out there this week. Make a staff road trip and go up and down that street, and you will see that that street cannot handle the road. I mean, the traffic, period. Now, it can't even handle it now. Okay, let's say that you do widen the street, which would be great. I don't care if the city does it. I don't care if the university does it. I don't care who does it. Each side of that street, Thomas, left, right, the ditches, I could stand in the ditch, an open culvert, and be up to here. So you're going to have all this traffic being run off the road, pedestrian traffic. You know, we live there. We watch the traffic, pedestrian, and cars every game, every basketball game, any other event. And if we're looking at safety, if safety is our goal, then you need to look at fixing Thomas. Somebody needs to look at it really hard. And if you're looking at welfare of citizens, you need to look at fixing Thomas seriously. And if you're looking at health, the same thing. Someone will get killed on that street. Someone's either going to get run off the road and the car's going to flip over, or someone's going to be a pedestrian wearing dark clothes and get run over by someone who's inebriated, and it's going to be too late and they're gonna get killed like we've already had another, person about 6 years ago killed in that neighborhood, run over by a car. And I think that we need to slow down a little bit and really research this situation. And I think it's a lot more serious, a lot more critical. And I think part of the problem is we're only showing hots down south. We're not showing anything hots north. We're not showing anything hots northwest. We're not including Weddington at any capacity, and traffic coming from Bella Vista, Rogers, Bentonville, Springdale to a football game. It's naive to think that traffic is gonna go Weddington to Maple to Razorback to go to the football game. That's not the way they go. They go, hey, I know a shortcut. You do? What is it? Follow me. Let's go. Hey, diddle diddle, right down the middle. It's a natural thing to do. It's gonna be a natural thing to do. If you open up the north side of that parking lot onto Hots, and to assume that all traffic is gonna take a hard right to Razorback because it's the quickest way out, is a false assumption. They're gonna go left, they're gonna make 5 dog legs with an intersection that has 5 stop signs, and it's gonna be so bottlenecked and so jammed up that your connectivity goal is not gonna be met. If your goal is connectivity, you have to look at Thomas very, very seriously. Both city planners, council member planners, and the university planners, one. And the other piece of that is, I think, you need to look at improving it to the point where two-way traffic can go up and down Thomas, and also you incorporate sidewalks left and right, east and west of Thomas as well, because there's just not adequate amount of pedestrian traffic at any capacity. And there's going to be he's correct on this number, there are going to be 72 people exiting. Whether they go to that parking lot, another parking lot, a bus line, or whatever they do, but they do exit through there, and they're going to get run off in the road in a ditch, in the dark, and go 4 feet stumbling down in the ditch and break their leg, their nose, their face, or whatever. I'm open for questions and suggestions.
Do we have any questions? Yes?
Not for you, but I have y'all have questions for him? Okay. I know we have an amendment on the floor, but my plan, one of the things I wanted to ask tonight was procedurally, because I was going to move to table this. When we vacate, when we vote to vacate streets, those items don't come to the street committee, do they? So I'm sitting here thinking, I've been thinking about this a lot, why, it would be really wonderful if we had a street committee meeting where we considered this and where we heard from our city engineer who does a fabulous job with our street planning and work and is here tonight, and I'd like to, can we take this to, I know we have an amendment on the floor.
You've got an amendment on
that.
the floor right now.
But if we wanted to, if we didn't pass or did pass the amendment, then can we take it to street committee and talk about this?
Certainly, if it's tabled, if the item is tabled, then it can certainly be referred to the street committee, or the street committee could decide to take it up. So yes, that is an
I'm on the
option.
street committee, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able at agenda session to suggest this because, but that would be after this amendment vote. I understand the procedure. That's what I'd like to see us
Unless
do
you want to
here.
withdraw the amendment, I guess you could do that. That would be up to us.
We have a fabulous city engineer and planning staff, and I think it would be a good thing to talk about this in committee before we vote. That would be my recommendation.
All right, thanks. And then Mark.
Thank you for that suggestion. I know we're not done with public comments, so I'll try to keep this brief. I'll say that, at the start of this, I was against the amendment, and now I'm more waffling, primarily because of your testimony, sir. I think that the points that have just been made about pedestrian safety are especially salient, and I can't say that I'm in complete support of the amendment yet. I would like the opportunity to try and find some middle way with some of these pedestrian improvements that have been mentioned, and also with perhaps keeping the north-south alignment from being too perfect, which is a conversation that's entirely appropriate for the Transportation Committee. So I definitely defer to the Ward 4 Alderman on the issue of tabling, but my preference would be to table it with the amendment not being voted on yet.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mark, yes.
As I'm listening to the arguments, let's see, how do I put this delicately? I've been cutting through this neighborhood for the past 41 years. I was raised on the west side of the county. Sometimes I was going from Weddington, sometimes I was coming from Martin Luther King, formerly 6th Street. And for those of us that are native to the area, that are always looking for shortcuts, this isn't an engineering puzzle. This is a neighborhood situation. And to think that we have 900 parking spaces that are going out onto Palmer where there is a crazy 5-way intersection, and to seriously look at the topography here, as well as the narrowness of the streets. And additionally, I have to admit, my parking permit for football games is on Hotz, well, actually off Walton. So, I do have a little bit of experience, and this is practical experience from a native and also from a person that sees this not as an engineering issue, but as a neighborhood issue. And with all due respect, I think that the argument here does come from the neighborhood to try to encourage people to head on down to Center Street. If we're going to have a traffic signal at Center Street, then I think that it makes sense that we would have an outlet on Center Street. Hotz is a precarious little street, all in all, going into the neighborhood. There can be improvements, but once you get to the west side of Hotz and head down to Sawyer, well, that intersection there, again, due to the topography, is interesting on how you would improve it to make it more, I don't know, to make it more genuinely easy for this engineering puzzle that we're talking about, because it's not an engineering puzzle. And so I think that it's valid to discuss this from a neighborhood point of view. We do have in place in our code, and we also know that there are manuals for engineering that, in all due respect, are based on engineering principles. It's always been frustrating to me, coming from a neighborhood that is also a cut-through neighborhood over by Wilson Park, when someone points out, I think it's the yellow book that's always pointed out to engineering, and it's like, well, I'm not an engineer, but I live here. So I think that there is an experience from a neighbor to know how the traffic patterns work. And there's an experience from a long-term resident. There's nothing that pleases me more, and the secret is out because we've discussed it today, that you can cut through to get over to Weddington without having to get on Razorback. And I do it regularly. If we have 900 individuals that are coming to work at 8 and leaving at 5, and I know that all 900 of them are, and if you have students that are late for class, that are in a hurry, passing through the neighborhood would be easier than coming down to Razorback. If you're coming from the west side of town from Weddington, I'm sorry, but it would be quite a find to take this shortcut through the neighborhood. I know that I was always pretty darn pleased with myself whenever I did it. All apologies to the neighbors. I think I'm a careful driver, but I also know that I'm looking for sometimes what works best for me when I'm coming from one direction to the other. And there's a lot of improvements that must be made in this neighborhood that we must consider seriously as far as pedestrian activity. With the growth of the university, and again, a concern of 900 marked parking spaces. That's a lot of vehicles. We wouldn't be putting 900 marked parking spaces there if they weren't intended to be used. So, and Thomas is just a nutty little street, and we've already talked about it here. In fact, I always try to get over to Thomas before anyone else after a football game so I can head over to Markham because I think most people think it is an alley, looks more like an alley. So I support this amendment. I certainly want to hear more input on it. I think that it's fine to go in front of another committee if we need to table it. But I also think that it is a valid concern. If you live in this area, you know the traffic patterns. No one knows it any better than a person that lives in the neighborhood. No engineer knows it any better. No traffic manager knows it any better. And this is a real concern of mine because it is 900 vehicles. At some point, they've got to get there, and at some point, they've got to leave. And regardless when it is, if you know a shortcut to get over to Weddington or to Martin Luther King, that's really what you're going to do. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Johnson.
Mike Johnson, Ward 2, also Associate Vice Chancellor for Facilities at the University. I am an engineer, and I do look at engineering solutions. There are not 900 cars going out through the neighborhood. There won't be 900 cars. The net of what's going on is about 600 to 700 cars. We're also paving some other gravel lots. We're also relocating some things around Graham Street. We have signal warrants at Razorback and Maple. We have a signal warrant at Meadow and Razorback. We have a signal warrant at Leroy Pond and Razorback. They're already approved. They've been approved for a number of years by HTD as we look to widen Razorback Road. We are widening Phase 1 of Razorback Road as we speak. It will go north from MLK to Leroy Pond, coming south from Nettleship to MLK. We just are in the final stages of approval for widening Phase 2. Alderman Adams will appreciate that because that'll create a sidewalk going east and west on Maple Street. But that'll go from Garland Maple to Razorback Maple. That utility relocation should start before the 30 September of 2014. So that piece is being worked on. That leaves the missing link in between beside the stadium, and we'll continue to try to work on that. That's where Hotz and some of the other streets come out. As we're building this, we're looking to try to create connectivity, to try to have those vehicles flow in different directions so all 900 don't go in any one direction, let alone Hotz. We're putting sidewalks on all these street links on both sides. We're moving the transit stop off of Razorback so they don't walk across the street in the mid-block to go over behind the track and get on the bus. We're routing the bus through this parking lot so there's 2 transit stops to pick up people and the bus comes back to the signalized intersection at Meadow Street. There's already a sidewalk being built by the city on the north side of Hotz as we speak. It's almost done. We're putting a sidewalk on the south side of Hotz along our parking lot. We're putting sidewalks on all the streets that we're putting in there. Also putting a sidewalk down Graham Street on the east side as we put a piece of parking lot on Graham just south of Center Street. If you're cutting through from Weddington, and I drove this street just the other day with some ice on the street, that is not a shortcut. That is a long cut. You have to drive very safely and you have to drive very slow because of the turns and the cutbacks. Most people would do Sang to Cleveland, which is another issue that's been dealt with in front of the council and the Transportation Committee. Not proposing that as well. What we need is a multitude of streets where people can spread the 900 cars. The net, I stress again, is about 600 to 700 new spaces. The rest of the spaces are being reconfigured and paved where they're gravel. We have a great planning department, both at the university and at the city. The Town and Gown Committee has looked at some of these areas. We were trying to put the street links on the master street plan, but it falls below the radar for the master street plan. We did get the connection of stadium and stadium over where the high school area is on the master street plan, so we can work with the city. But we're using the cross sections that the city has in the 2035 plan. Rather than trying to design by ordinance and amendment, I would really suggest, let your planning group work with us. I've been to Ward 4, I've listened to all these, I've sat here and listened to a lot of things. Let us work with our engineer, let us work with the planning commission. Let us work on that north connection to maybe be able to allow the neighborhood to come south to go to Meadow to the light. But see if we can't have the traffic flow north, but only be able to turn right on Hotz. Put them back out on Razorback. You have a Meadow on Razorback. You have Center Street. Eventually, we're hoping to take Graham and connect it at Leroy Pond at some point down the road in the future, where we will already have a signal. So you have a parallel road to go up and down Razorback, and you can come in at 2 signalized intersections. Putting sidewalks in. Whatever we do on the north side of this parking lot, the city needs to deal with Thomas. It doesn't matter if there's an exit coming out of this parking lot or not. It is a bad situation with ditches and a very narrow street. I sat there and watched the traffic in front of my house, a fall off in a ditch. It's not very wide. They need to slow down. Thomas Street, whatever we do with this parking lot, needs some improvements, just like the city's doing to Hotz and Halsell and Cross and Sang, wherever the sidewalk winds its way around through the neighborhood. I think it's a great amenity. I've done my recon to my Army friend. I couldn't get my ship up the road. But let the planning group, we've listened to the ward, we've listened to the neighborhood. Let us try to work something that kind of takes care of everybody and see if we can't work the traffic out and make it flow in different directions. If you're coming south to the university, you're going to be coming down Garland into the north part of campus. If you're coming from the south going north, you're going to come up Razorback. You've got MLK and you've got Weddington. So you've already got the traffic spread. Yes, there's a lot of apartments out on Weddington. There's also quite a bit of housing on MLK, and there's a lot of housing north of the campus that comes off on Garland. And there's more going to be built. You also have people coming from the east and 16 coming down MLK and then coming north. So we really want to work with everybody. We'd love to spread out the 900 cars. The way the permits are set up, they're going to come and go through the day. There's not 900 going to charge in and 900 going to charge out. We should not design the roads for 5 or 6 football games a year. We need to be aware of it. They close Razorback. They make it one way. Now we'll allow a couple more parking lanes when we go to 4 lanes on both sides of it. So we appreciate everybody's perspective. I've had a lot of conversations with the neighbors in the University Heights and the Markham Heights area. I think we can come up with some solutions. One of those may be that the city needs to work on Thomas, but I think we can look at traffic flow, and I can think we can kind of make it go the way we want it to. We have one entrance coming off of Razorback into the parking lot just north of Meadow. It's a right in and a right out, so you have to go south on Razorback. And we're going to have some raised curbing out there to make that happen. And working with AHTD and working with the city planners. Questions?
What questions do you have, Mr. Johnson? Yes, Adrian.
So, did I understand you right that you would like us to table this to have an opportunity to address the entrance on the north side?
No.
That's why I asked.
What I'm suggesting is that we move forward and allow the planning group for the city to work with us. We've all heard the concerns and issues, and see what we can do to properly direct traffic, whether that's offsetting a little bit, whether that's right turn only, what works best. But I do think, and I've spent a lot of time in street, now transportation committee meetings, a lot of time doing civil engineering and planning in my career, and we have a lot of work to do, but we need to do something about Thomas.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yes.
You did mention one thing that we were I heard you mention, Mark, you had mentioned, the cars coming in and out every day, and you'd mentioned 900 and You'd mentioned 700, but if those spaces turn over every day, we could be looking at 1,400, 2,100 cars filtering into the neighborhoods every day. I mean,
No, sir, your math doesn't work.
well, from being an experienced person that lives in this area, I have to say that I don't agree with you that the traffic's going to go to Razorback if we have this entrance, because I see it every day. Razorback, at some points, you see people traveling 50 miles an hour. I'm sorry, not Razorback, Sang. You see some people traveling at 50 miles an hour down Sang, and it happens all day long, and they've got the little student parking sticker on it. So I know where they're coming from. It's just used as a major cut-through. So I don't really agree with that, but to your point about you wanting us to move forward, if we move forward and pass this tonight, we don't have any control at this government level. We don't have a say-so after this. I would be fine tabling it, removing the amendment and sending it to the Transportation Committee, but I would like to have this governing body at the city council level to be able to have a say in this, and we don't have that say if we move forward right now.
Okay,
I have a question.
okay.
Can you characterize the impacts this would have on your project if we were to table it?
I think we can, as we've done in my 10 years here, we've made it work. We've tried to work with everybody. We don't always agree, but we normally come up with a solution that pretty much works and reaches a consensus. If we want to go back to Transportation Committee, we can go back and work with it. I think there's some ways to, for lack of a better word, force traffic to go to Razorback, but still allow an entry going south so that people could both get into the parking, but the neighborhood could come down to Meadow to go to the light on Razorback. Because when the 4 lanes go in, there's also going to be left turn lanes at Leroy Pond, on Razorback, and at Meadow, and up on Maple and Razorback. So I think people are going to want to go to the signals so they can be able to merge into traffic, and that would still give the neighborhood an opportunity to come south on that new connector between Graham and Thomas on Hotz. But if you wanted to go north, you can physically force traffic to go to the right turn only. That's why I'm saying I'm committed to trying to make traffic go to Razorback, because it's where it needs to go, with the right turn only on the north side, and I think we could work out a design with the planning group.
Thank you.
To follow up on that with the attorney, you mentioned earlier that we were entitled to impose conditions on the vacation if they were relevant. So would imposing a condition for restricted turning movements be considered relevant?
Obviously, it's your call, really, whether it's relevant, but I think that I would be happy to try to defend you if someone challenged the discretion of the city council here in determining that that was, in fact, a necessary condition in order to protect the health and safety and welfare of the citizens.
Thank you. Well, based on what we've heard tonight, just to put it out there what I think, my preference would be that that's what we do, is impose a condition of restricted turning movement so that nobody could exit on the north intersection. They would only be able to turn right, and you'd also only be able to turn in left there.
Well, everybody, right now what we have before us is an amendment to close the north entryway connectivity, take it completely out of the equation now. I know we're wanting to do other stuff here, but we have this on the floor right now, correct? So, what do y'all want me to do with this? Sarah?
I would really like to see us table it without the amendment. I don't feel like I can support the amendment at this time. That's not to say I couldn't support it in the future. And I appreciate the concerns about, blocking or trying to direct the exit traffic out to Razorback, but that doesn't do anything about the entrance traffic. And additionally, I would really like to see drawings that showed the new configuration or the proposed configuration juxtaposed next to the proposed Razorback Road improvement so that we could see the long-term
those designs aren't completely done with AHTD, nor is our parking lot design completely
Okay.
finished.
Well, you know, you were just saying that you had turn lanes planned, that you have signal warrants. You know, I would like to see that information because I think that's relevant to this decision, and I don't feel comfortable just trusting the university and the planning staff and turning over the council's ability to weigh in on this decision at this point.
The university has nothing to do with the design of Razorback Road. It's done to AHTD standards, done to federal standards, and that design is underway by the Arkansas Highway Department, not the University of Arkansas.
But let me bring this back here. Let's go back to the amendment. If the amendment fails, that does not mean that the council cannot table this and discuss this further. I mean, you don't have to pass it tonight, but we do have to decide on this amendment or pull the amendment, okay? Now, if you want to vote the amendment up or down or whatever, the university has already said that they're willing to go back and look at this again. So they're open to that. So I guess my question is, again, what do y'all want to do with the amendment?
Mayor, in a point of order, anyone can make a motion to table, and it's the overriding motion regardless of what amendment is on the table.
Well, that is true.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering. I'd like to move the table,
The whole thing.
the whole thing.
I'll second that.
All right.
Until we have to set a date or it dies, so January 7th?
Okay, so what do we address the amendment when we come back? Does that just kill
Yes,
the amendment?
if it's tabled, then the first thing that would be considered when you come back would be the motion that was on the floor, which is the amendment.
Okay,
So that would be,
okay.
And
So we can just table the whole thing?
indefinitely, or do we?
No, if
need
you
to-
table indefinitely, then this whole thing will die, so let's not do that. Let's table it until January the 7th, if that's soon enough.
Would you do one after
21st.
that, please? Need it to be the 21st, please.
So your motion is to table till the 21st.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was easy. All right. Any other discussion on that? Sandra, could you call the roll?
Marsh,
Yes.
Kenyon,
No.
Teddy,
No.
Tenet,
No.
Shopmar,
No.
Adams,
Yes.
Long,
yes.
Gray,
No.
The motion table failed,
Okay,
so we're back to the amendment.
there you go.
I would like to move that we impose a condition on this, that the turning movements exiting the parking lot on the north entrance be restricted to right turns only, and the entrance movements in the same ingress egress be restricted to left turns only.
We have an amendment on the amendment, correct?
Well, no, this is a new amendment.
Ah,
This is
see.
amendment for a new condition 4, I think. Is that correct?
We haven't voted
Yes.
on
Okay,
the
well, what do
first
we do
amendment.
with
No, I'm
Alan's
sorry,
amendment?
no.
What do we do with Alan's amendment?
No, you're right. No,
Thank you.
are you trying to
I'm
amend,
glad I'm right on something tonight.
no, are you trying to amend Alan's amendment, or are you trying to also do it?
Keep it simple and just vote on it.
We vote on this, and I guess you can bring another amendment if you so desire, one way or the other.
Yeah, if it passes, I won't bring the amendment.
I'll withdraw my amendment if Matthew is going to make another amendment.
Great.
I'll withdraw the second.
Okey dokey. Now we start with the new amendment, all right, Matthew?
Should I restate it?
I don't think I quite got it
I think the
first
clerk
time.
has, Alderman Adams was the second, and you would have to agree to withdraw it. Okay.
Okay. Now, let's start again. What amendment would you like to bring forward, Matthew? Would you state that again, please?
Sure. The motion is in regards to the northern ingress egress, and the motion is to restrict exiting turning movements to right turning movements only, and turning movements into the parking lot to left turning movements only. It would have the effect of restricting traffic from the west.
So the northern egress would have right turn only.
On
Out.
the exit, and
Oh.
then left turn only on the entrance.
Well, do we have a second on that?
Second.
All righty. Well, let's discuss that one a while. All right, Mr. Young, please come and address us again.
My comment would be on the left entrance only. From an engineering perspective, that is a very awkward movement. You'd be asking the people that are traveling westbound on Hotz to be able to cross the other lane of traffic for a left turn movement only. But those people that are in those neighborhoods would not be able to utilize this to get to the traffic signal so that they could turn on to Razorback in a safe manner. I would ask you to reconsider and let your amendment be for the right turning movements as the exit to go to Razorback only and not restrict it to left turn into this roadway.
Thank you. With all due respect, I'm not going to adjust my motion, and the reason being is that those who live in the neighborhood can use the street to the west, which isn't shown on this map, to access the signal on Razorback. So I don't really see that as being cause for concern.
Okay.
And I'll just add to that, and it will also teach people that are trying to cut through the neighborhood to get into that parking lot off of Hotz that that's not an entrance they can use, and that was what we desired to achieve tonight.
I would just make one last comment, and that is, as Mr. Kenyon knows, he's been cutting through there for a long time. Whether you have an entrance on Hotz or not, those people are still going to cut through. They'll just take Palmer down to Center. This isn't going to eliminate anybody from coming to this parking lot, from cutting through from Weddington down to this point. But what it does is it limits the ability of the turning movement on Hotz, which I understand is the intent of the amendment. But I would say again that the restricting to a left turn off of the westbound traffic is an awkward movement from an engineering perspective.
Okay, Mark.
Well, I would say not to present my intentions, because the more stoplights that you put on Razorback, the more I'm going to cut through the neighborhood, if you want to know how it really goes. So don't present my intentions. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I just think we still have some serious pedestrian safety concerns in this neighborhood, especially along North Thomas Avenue, which I noticed that there's another university parking lot with entrances and exits along North Thomas Avenue. I really would like to see this sent to the street committee and look for opportunities for maybe some cost sharing with the university to make sure that their students have a safe route to and from school through these parking lots. So I hope that that's ultimately where we'll start.
And I agree.
Okay, yes. Ron?
See, I don't know where it's appropriate for us to ask for input from our own city. I'd like for this to be a win-win for the university and for the city. And I actually do trust the university. Mike has done what he said he'll do on everything, but we need to have something in writing that we can all look at. We need to have some drawings. We need to have input from our own engineer. If there's no rush, and what's wrong with tabling this and actually having some, Matthew's idea is good, Alan's is good, Sarah's good. We need something to vote on besides just sitting up here thinking of other things that we might add to it and missing something. I don't know what we might be missing. I'd really like to get us together and talk about this in a very concrete way before we vote.
My only caution to the city council is to make sure that everything works together as you wish. I'd like to ask our city engineer about how we would prevent people from turning left into a how you would allow left turns and not allow any right turns. What kind of construction would you have to do on Hotz Drive? I guess engineers can do anything, so let me ask him and see how he can do that.
And that's what he does at the transportation meeting.
That's a good question. I was trying to think of that myself, how we would do that. We would have to restrict access somehow on Hotz, maybe even cut off so traffic couldn't get to Razorback. It's a challenge, yeah. That's something that we'd have to really look at, because you can't, if you restrict left turns, or if you allow left turns, then the right turns kind of follow in line. So that piece of it is a little bit challenging to come up with. I don't really have a good solution right now, but it is something that we could look at.
I think it would serve to go to the transportation committee and meet with the engineers and try to get also a good exhibit. Right now, we're kind of in condition number one. You're approving these two public streets basically as shown on the exhibit, and now So I'd like to have the exhibit in more detail and also more input from the city engineer as well as the university's engineer to see how what you want can be accomplished.
Okay,
Like a
I
move to
got
table?
do y'all want me to continue with the public comment?
Actually, I was gonna
Like
ask
a
Mr.
move to
Johnson to
table?
come back up.
Second?
Okay, so I guess we won't take any more public comment. Or I guess we can. Mr. Johnson, yes, and I saw this lady back here, you was wanting to make a comment too. I'm gonna hear from you too. Go ahead.
The university would like to request, rather than try to deal with it at a full city council meeting, that this go back to the transportation committee so that we could sit down with planning, engineers, representatives off the council. And let's get it laid out so that when it comes back to the full council, we can do what the council needs to be doing and run it through and make it work. Let the committee system work. And
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Sponson, would you like to come up and address us, please? We're becoming on a first-name basis tonight.
Yeah, Deborah.
It's nice to see you again.
Thank you. I guess as the conversation grew to such bigger stuff, it became clear to a lot of folks just how complicated this issue is. And so, as we started talking what we could do and some of the compromises and that sort of thing that we might all be able to work out, I do think a visual for that would be a good thing it certainly would be a good thing for me to have. If we can't get the condition that was proposed tonight, then I do think that to be able to see the picture a little bigger, even at the ward meeting, the visual that we were using there was very contained as to just this project. It didn't show side streets and that sort of thing, and what the impact might be. And in talking with a lot of my neighbors, which I've done for a week or so here now, I think some of their concerns was the fear of not knowing what we might be looking at. My innocence in the political process, I found out a couple of weeks ago that a lot of times vacations are granted without knowing what the impact is going to be. And I was sort of surprised about that when I heard that for the first time. So I realized the ordinance that we're looking at and the stuff that's on the ordinance, it says preliminary on there. So there is room to maybe find out a little bit more information, get a little more input from some experts and maybe from the neighbors. And so that's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
My first name's David. I have two comments. First comment would be that this left-right, right-left deal before football games and things of that nature, that's usually monitored by the police department. For instance, at the corner of Hotz and Palmer, where we do have 5 stop signs, the university hires a police officer off duty for $25 an hour. We feed him, we provide him a drink, and he is a TCP, a traffic control point police officer. So I think that would probably fix those kind of things for the football, basketball game situation, making Hotz a right coming out of there. My second point is, and I've been a base camp commander of a camp, which is always a circle. And when we get thrown in the middle of the desert, what we do is we improve the base camp daily until it's functional. And many times when we start out, it's very non-functional. And so each month as we continue to live in a base camp for 9 months or 10 months or 11 months in the desert, and there's many units inside of this circle, like there's many units and people inside the circle of the map, each unit would like to have their own entrance and exit of getting in and out of the base camp. And we can't facilitate every unit. But what we usually do is we enclose the entire unit, and we as staff make a determination as to what is the entrance point of entrance and what is the exit. And many times we close off something from the start because it's easier to close something off from the start. For instance, the north parking lot that peters out into Hotz from initially, and then we can see how the traffic flows to the south, and we can see how the traffic goes to the traffic lights, and we can see how the traffic connectivity off to Razorback. And then it is if in fact that the city's not happy with the traffic flow and the bottleneck, and/or the University of Arkansas is not happy with that traffic flow, then we simply can take a chisel and a saw and cut a curb out and make an exit off to the north part of Hotz after we've improved Thomas. So my point is to me, it's quicker to put a curb up and take it down than it is to not put it up to begin with and then think that it might be put up later. I think that's probably not something that's going to happen. That's my 2 points.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Aubrey, please, come on.
I'll be here, I get to speak more than once an hour. And it's been an hour or two. Seems like right now, since we were talking about the same subject previous to the thing being read. The lady's comments just now about the graphics and about the maps. And this wasn't the first night I came up here and asked you guys to show at least what's on the backup material. But if you're going to understand these places, we need to understand the geography. And somebody, a gentleman over there was talking about driving some of these streets during the icy, stormy period. All those things need to be taken into account in street design and where we're going to turn, the traffic and so forth. Are we even going to put a street through some of these places that are on the slopes? Now, just looking at what we have up here tonight, you really can't tell whether that's level ground. We're not seeing the topography. And we need to see the topography if we're going to make good comments. And I think that's true for the council members who don't get a chance to go look at every darn thing that comes up. A topographical map will tell you a lot and maybe motivate you to go look at it closely. But that's a real problem. But the graphics we have at least should be shown through the cameras, be recorded directly into the cameras and be shown. We can't see these with necessarily no cameras turned to this particular thing at this moment. So even though we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in the room, I doubt it's possible to actually pick up a usable view of that. So when people are developing opinions, including the people that live in the area, they want to see the reality of what's around them.
Well, what do you want me to show, Aubrey?
Well, I'm suggesting.
I'm just asking.
I'm saying that we would like, I think we would, it's different with each situation.
Oh.
The topographical maps and view, which you have easily from our city system. But anyway, integrating all that so in the future we could actually do more. The 2 maps we've looked at here, it's really difficult to understand what's what. And
okay.
you know, where on this view here, Nettleship's at the bottom, and we're looking north to the top, and that's clear. When you go to the other thing, Center Street's the bottom thing, I think, that's shown there. So it's that's important because
okay.
Public needs to know, because they might want to sneak through there or something. Maybe.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I think I will close it to public comment. We do have a motion to second the table, don't we? How long are we going to table it? 2 weeks? A year? Okay.
January 21st.
Okay.
January 21st, please.
Okay, all right.
21st. Let's try it again.
2 weeks. All right, one more time. All right. Any other comments on that? All right. Sonny, would you please call the roll?
Marsh?
Yes.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Hetty?
Yes.
Tennant?
Yes.
Shopmar?
Yes.
Adams?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Well, moving right along. All right, number 2 on unfinished business. Thank you all. Amend Chapter 178, an ordinance to repeal 178.03 sidewalk vendors and enact a replacement 178.03 sidewalk vendors and food trucks, and to repeal 178.04 outdoor mobile vendors located on private property, and enact a replacement 178.04 outdoor mobile vendors located on private property. I will entertain a motion to go to the second
So
reading.
moved. Second.
Have a motion and a second to go to the second reading. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
No.
Okay.
I thought we were going to table this,
Well, I know,
because it's going to ordinance review.
well, don't
this
you
week.
have to read the whole thing?
I will go ahead and read the body unless there is a motion to table before I do that.
I move that we table it.
Okay.
We have it scheduled for ordinance review this Thursday.
Well, we got a motion on the floor,
I'll withdraw.
Oh, okay, all right.
and who is the seconder?
I'll second it.
Well, but you gotta unsecond now, right? Are we seconding the table?
To table.
I moved it, yeah, so I remove.
Okay, who was your
Withdraw.
second, do you know?
Adele, did you second her
I
motion?
think so.
Okay.
Are you willing to withdraw your second?
I am.
Okay, so
All
the
right.
motion to suspend the rules has been withdrawn.
And I move that we table this because we're going to ordinance review on
All
Thursday.
righty then,
I second.
okay.
Table
We
for
have
the
a
next
motion and a
scheduled
second
city
to
council
table.
Yeah,
I know
for the next.
tonight that supersedes.
Mayor, I would
whatever.
actually suggest we table it to the January 21st
What, thank you,
meeting,
Peter.
rather than the next meeting, to give us more time to
I've
work.
got an idea, let's just table.
Pardon me?
Never.
All right, I move that we table it to the January 21st.
All right,
Thank you, good job.
there we go.
Second.
Everybody good?
Yeah.
All righty then. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Hetty.
Yes.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Shopmire. Adams.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
All right. So we've tabled that. All right, the next one we have, thank you, Peter. Is amend 13-4450, Pratt Place Inn, an ordinance amending a commercial plan zone district entitled CPZD 05-1670 Pratt Place Inn to revise the hours of operation as listed in section 1. I will entertain a motion to go to third and final reading.
So moved.
Is there a second?
So, yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go to third and final reading. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Hetty.
Yes.
Kenneth.
Yes.
That wasn't Betty, that was Tim.
That was, I'm sorry, I thought you said nine.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
An ordinance amending a commercial plan zoning district entitled CPZD 05-1670 Pratt Place Inn to revise the hours of operation as listed in section 1.
Okay. What have we on this? Staff, anything?
No further information.
Anybody?
I'd just like to hear from the public.
Absolutely. I'm good for that. I just need to know what y'all want to do. All right, let's take some public comment tonight. Who'd like to be first? Please introduce yourself. Good evening, Tom.
Mayor, Tom Aubrey, but I prefer the proponent to speak first if he's here, which is
That'll be fine. I should have done that. You were absolutely right. Mr. Archer, are you here? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Well, we always take public comment.
So we're gonna hear
We
from
just
the, petitioner first?
Yes, I would, but I don't have him in the room right now, that's what I'm trying to say.
Do we want to move on?
Jeremy,
He's
would you
returning.
see if Mr. Archer's outside there? Here we go. Now, before we get into this public comment section, everybody gets one turn at the microphone unless Councilman brings you back up to ask questions. Introduce yourself, and Mr. Archer, you will be first.
Yes, good evening, Julian Archer, 2115 West Markham Road. I want to thank you for the time that you've put in listening to this and reading all the documents that are associated with it. I want to thank the planning staff for their work and also their recommendation to modify the PZD, which I hope you will enact this evening. The measure that they propose is a very appropriate one, a very necessary one. I don't want to repeat a lot of the things that you've received from me in the mail. There's no need to do that. You've had a chance to read it over and contemplate it. But I would like to ask you to consider two things in the proposal that has been submitted to you from the Planning Division, that you amend it to remove the 2-year trial period or probationary period, whatever you want to call it. We have a trial record already, 8 years with the barn and 5 years with Pratt Place Inn. Never has there been an incident that was shut down by the police. Never has there been an arrest there. Never has there been a noise violation. In other words, there has not been any real trouble there. We don't need to have a 2-year period. If you do have that period, you will have to go through exactly what you've gone through in the last 3 meetings, the same testimony, the same arguments, and I don't think it would be worth your while, so I hope that you will remove that 2-year period. Secondly, I hope you would also consider going for an amendment that would allow for 10 events a year, pre-authorized, pre-notified to the planning department and the police department to go until 2 a.m.
10 events a year, add 10 events a year to
10
go to
events
2
a
a.m.
year, yes, until 2 a.m. I would put in that, I can't, of course, I would like to suggest it to you, that there be at least 2 off-duty police officers present, either Fayetteville police officers or university police officers. The hesitation that you might have about allowing an event to go on until 2 a.m. is it will be out of control, there will be excessive drinking, there will be excessive noise. I think that the presence from the beginning to the end of police officers there, whose duty it is to be sure that the law is respected with respect to alcohol and also noise, that their presence would be sufficient, that it's not in their interest in the least to let anything get out of control. So I would put in or suggest to you as a part of this allowance to go 10 times a year until 2 a.m. It doesn't mean that we're going to go 10 times a year, but it's just a maximum number, and each time I have to notify with 1-week notification, this is what I suggest, to the police department and the planning department, the planning division.
And you want me to assign 2 police officers to your...
Yes,
just assign them?
Well, they have to be paid. The
Well,
people...
sure, and I assume that the city would be paying them.
No, not the city. No. The people who have the event would pay, or we would pay.
That would be something you would have to work out with the off-duty police officers.
No, but they would have. If you can't get police officers, then we can't have it. In other words, your amendment, I would hope, would say that we will allow you going until 2 a.m. if you give us 1 week notice, and if you have 2 off-duty police officers at your event.
And again, I want it to be clear, I am not going to assign 2 police officers for...
No, I understand that. No,
Okay.
They would be hired by, as they have been on other occasions, they would be hired by us to be present there. No, it's not an assignment, it's not a charitable act on the part of the police department. We're not asking that. We would pay for the police officers, whether university police, if you want to keep it exclusively with the Fayetteville police, that's fine. But they would be paid for by us. No freebies from the police department.
Okay.
So those are my proposals. You have enough words from me already.
I just didn't quite understand what you were saying. I apologize.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a couple questions for Mr. Archer, if I could, because based on some conversations we've had and some conversations I've had with some constituents that have contacted me in the last day or 2, and I really haven't had a lot of contact on this, maybe 6 to 7 people total, but you're bringing this forward because you said that there are some hardships being placed on your business because of the hours of operation.
Yeah.
And that's affecting your business model. Do you think that what you're asking for will fix your business model? Or do you think that you'll be asking for more changes in the future?
No, I think, no, this is just one aspect of an improvement that we're going on. We are being reviewed right now by a very prestigious guide. We hope to get into that guide. You have to do promotions, but this is one side of it. If you take a look at the promotions from Horton Farms, from the 21st C Hotel, from a place way down past Elkins, something Valley Farms, I can't recall. In other words, there are a lot of other places that people have as a choice which don't, and of course even Crystal Bridges, 21st C Hotel and Crystal Bridges are right in urban areas, even though there's a nice bit of property around the Crystal Bridges. We happen to have more property around us than Crystal Bridges, and yet they are not under the same time constraints. So, you know, if you want to have a party on a Tuesday night that goes until 11 or 12, you can't, you know, you've got to go elsewhere. You've got to look elsewhere. You're actually sending business away from Fayetteville. So the competition is out there. It's appearing almost every 6 months, a new venue. Magnolia Gardens is in Springdale, redesigned. So it is an assist, it's an aid, not the whole solution.
Well, that leads me to my second question. You know, last year you requested a lot split off of the PZD.
Pardon me?
Last year you requested a portion of the property to be taken out of the PZD,
Yes.
and that did pass the council. I myself would never have voted for that because I don't believe that the PZD should be physically modified after it was created, because it was created as a buffer. Will you be requesting any more modifications to the PZD physically?
I would hope not. I mean, this procedure is so challenging and actually nerve-wracking. It's not something I like as a part of a daily diet for any means. So from my perspective, no, I have no desire to put anything before you.
No. Okay. So your answer was no on that.
Yes, I have no desire to.
Okay. My third question is,
what happened here, the reason this came up, it was complaint driven. There was an event did go after 10 o'clock during the week, and Jeremy very properly sent me a notice about that, and so that's what brings it up here.
Okay.
Yeah, because we do get these requests.
My third question, I do have two more questions. Is how many events, have you had any months where you've had over 4 events?
This is not on the agenda.
I'm sorry?
It's not part of what I requested here.
Sorry?
What I said, that question is not on the agenda. That is not part of the request that I made to the planning department. And that's not in their report at all. So
I know, that's why I'm asking it.
That's
why I'm asking it.
You know, how about when you have events? It's very hard to persuade somebody to get married in January.
Okay.
Or February.
It's just something we hadn't talked about, and we met several times, but
Yeah,
it was a question that came to
There
me.
are times of the year that obviously are more popular than others.
Okay, so yes, there are months when you have over 4 events.
When there's much greater demand, yes.
Okay. And if not modified and the business model is not able to adapt, is there a chance that the Pratt Place would no longer exist, and that, you know, the land could have to be subdivided or sold?
We have to. I've told you, and this is very much at the root of it. We have put everything, every last penny of our own resources, of my retirement, into this. There's nothing left. There's no reserve. And if it doesn't make a go of it, the bank will take the property, put it up for auction. Jim Lindsay will have it, I'm sure. This is not a criticism of Jim Lindsay. That's the reality of it. And 24 hours later, the university will buy it. because I'm telling you, we've been approached by these entities and the university for selling. I don't want that to be part of the consideration. I hope that I have given you a perfectly rational argument why this should be, just on its own merits, adopted, and including the suggested amendments.
Thank you. That was all the questions I had. I appreciate it.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Archer? Everybody good? All right, thank you, Mr. Archer. All right, thank you. Now, good evening, Tom.
Tom Aubrey, 1855 West Pratt. I appeared before you last time on behalf of several neighbors. I will try to keep this very brief because I know we're all tired of talking about this. I do appreciate Mr. Archer's honest answer that they have had more than 4 events. We have been trying to find that out for a while. I will simply point out that the 2005 PCD, which he negotiated with you and neighbors, said that there would be 4 events per month. He's violated it. He tried to hide it. He didn't want to answer the question. He did violate it. I'll let that speak for itself. The points are simple. Crab Place Inn is a very nice place. I've been there. I hope all of y'all have been there. I would like to see it be successful. But it's a commercial enterprise in a neighborhood. There were terms discussed, negotiated, and worked out because it is in a neighborhood. If we change the rules too much, we're going to imbalance the balance we have. 10 p.m. cutoff is the reason you haven't had as many complaints about noise. I'll admit, he's right. You look at the record, they're not there. You start having them till midnight, till 2 a.m., I think the noise complaints will logically go up. Alderman Kenyon told you about his favorite cut-through. That is the cut-through to and from Pratt Place Inn by some people. Not every guest, but some. After an event, at night, whether they're drinking or not, it's not a good place for extra traffic through the neighborhood. That's it. Those are the arguments. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Who else would like to address us?
Well, I hate to hear somebody talk about inherited land having a mortgage on it. That's a sad thing to think about. But in 1974 or 75 in the Northwest Arkansas Times, I had a column about protecting the mountaintops of Fayetteville, the 7 hills or more that we actually have. And that's an example that it's mostly protected, environmentally a wonderful place up there. And I certainly wouldn't want to hear subdividing it further for housing up there, or something like recently happened to the top of the hill. We know it's Rocher Heights, and we have the view up there, and you can see it for miles in every direction. And the trees are gone, and the prairie soil's gone off that mountaintop. The sale barn property was part of the hilltop, low hill, or Belgian low hill, that's now developed, and in student apartments next to the National Cemetery, where all my pictures, half my pictures from the National Cemetery Wreath Day have apartment buildings in the background. You can see them on Flickr. There's 200 or so. And the hill that's in Walker Park has only the senior center showing on the skyline from a distance. And parts of Mount Sequoia still look pretty darn nice. And Kessler Mountain, of course, that we all hope is probably the most valuable and beautiful. But that's not the argument for allowing this extension of hours necessarily. That's just an argument for always keep in mind when this goes forward. Because it could happen, I suppose, that it would be split up. But, since the Hill Place apartments have gone in next to my house, there are many drastic things happening. And, the tone of the whole neighborhood is severely impacted, or affected. Impacted is not appropriate. There is an impact. But anyway, the logic here is difficult to sort out. But one of those things is about that topography. Driving off that mountain, even getting up there, right now is difficult. So I can understand why nobody would want to go up there for a wedding or anything else and plan it in advance. If you could plan those things, well, this weekend the weatherman says it'll be okay. But people want to plan these things way ahead. But anyhow, I'll leave it now for those for neighbors to speak on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Aubrey. Who else would like to address this on this?
I'm Lynn Wade, 100 North Sang Avenue. Mayor and council members, again, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Trust you've got our letters. I was really impressed this evening with the road discussion about the streets. And I think you all can clearly see that the conditions that were placed by negotiation are greatly driven by a safety issue. And I don't know how else we can make that any clearer. You simply look at the situation from Cross going down Markham. There are no sidewalks until you get to Palmer. There are deep ditches. That is the condition throughout the neighborhood. And that's sort of what has driven these conditions. We would ask that you leave the CPZD unchanged. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am. Come on.
William Feldman, 16 North Sang. I spoke 2 weeks ago, so I don't have a great deal to add, but I would like to make 2 comments. Well, maybe 3. I can't count very well. First, I would like to comment that the noise problem has partially been a result of the fact that the regulations of the PCD have not regularly been followed. And so even though they have not always been regularly followed, they have allowed us some modicum of protection, and I would hate to see that protection lost for the neighborhood. The second point I would just like to make is that, at least for us and perhaps for many people in the city, the idea of the PCD, after a great deal of discussion and interchange between the parties involved, we considered it to be somewhat sacrosanct, that we were going to have something that was going to last for a while. And now, several years later, time goes quickly for me, I'm old, but several years later, it's suddenly being changed and we're forced to confront this change. So I would ask that you maintain the PCD as it stands and help protect our neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Fran Alexander. I think I've told you before, I used to own property adjoining Mr. Archer's property jointly with my daughter, who is sole owner at this point in time. I think over half of you were not here more than that, for 2005. And I wanted to bring a little history to this so that you would understand why we're in this predicament right now. The other folks have addressed it somewhat, but I think it's best if you hear it in the city's own words. This is from the August 31st, 2005 City Council Agenda Memo. It says the applicant requests a rezoning and master development plan approval for a mixed-use project within a unique CPZD zoning district. The site is intended to be kept in much its same state, but to allow for the existing historic home to be remodeled into an inn and a restaurant. And on down in the paragraph it says, existing older cabins on the property are proposed to be removed and up to 4 log cabins to replace them on the property. The remainder of the site is proposed to remain much as it is, utilizing some of the land for agricultural timber, nut trees, grazing, and a couple of single-family homes. So that's the beginning of the statements about how things are going to be left as they are. The City Council meeting September 20th, 2005, on the rezoning, it says in the process of rezoning, the applicant also has a desire to retain both the architectural integrity of the existing structure and the agricultural natural setting of the property, which happens to be in the middle of the city. In order to do so, the planned zoning district process was recommended. And then over here, it mentions that public comment will be, was advised, and the applicant did have a public meeting with the neighborhood. And I would like to point out to you, and I think it's been mentioned on the other weeks, that this rezoning, the applicant, what he's wanting to do with the midnight hours, the neighbors were not notified of this. And I think this is a great flaw in the city's policies, because to change the hours of operation is a tremendous impact on private quality of life and on your property values. I think a lot of us would think twice before buying property that might have activity and those hours next to us. And so this is something I really would like for the city to try to rectify. I really think it's inexcusable that the neighbors were not notified. In the conditions of approval, remember this is 2005, the Master Development Plan, Statement of Commitments, and Architectural Standards submitted by the applicant shall be considered binding and tied to the zoning of the property. Conditions of approval as noted herein and other requirements placed upon the project with review of the Master Development Plan, Plan Zoning District by the City Council shall also be binding. Last year, it wasn't binding anymore when the council voted to allow a piece of this property to be taken out for subdivision rezoning. Now it's not binding anymore on the hours. And the issue here is, as other folks have stated, what's next? Carnival rides? Fencing it off for big game shooting? I mean, you know, we don't know what's going to happen next because it's not binding. And so it's hard to know what your property will be exposed to. And I don't think anybody wants this project to fail, but nobody's in charge of keeping my finances afloat. And it's like somebody's swimming out into deep water with the sharks, and how many times do you go save them, and at what expense to yourself? I just can't quite understand some of the arguments for this to be part of what's discussed at this level. This neighborhood is feeling the squeeze from the University of Arkansas on the east that has eminent domain power. It is feeling the squeeze on the west by Mr. Archer's development. And I really think that you need to consider how many people are being affected by this who did not want it in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Who else would like to address us? Okay, bring it back to the council. All right.
Well, I'll be happy to speak first just to kind of clear the air. This has been a very sad situation for me. Mr. Archer has visited with me several times. We've talked a lot. But I'm not gonna be able to support it, Mr. Archer, and I appreciate you coming to visit with me and my visits with you. When we rezone something as a council, every time I have voted on a zoning issue, the first thing I've always looked at is what does the neighborhood want? What do they want? And so a couple of weeks ago, we voted on a come and go, probably coming in, and the first thing I got was a bunch of phone calls saying people didn't want it. Then I started getting a bunch of phone calls, people did want it. Then I started getting emails, and you all did too, we all did. And we can tally how many did, how many didn't. In this case, if I take that model and apply it, I have not a ton of people who don't want it, but every person who's written to me doesn't want it. No one has written for this. No one has asked me to support this, except the applicant. So that's one way I'm looking at this. The other way I'm looking at this is, many of you know who were on the council a couple of years ago, that I took kind of a black eye by introducing an amendment that we supported and we voted for that made it possible for us to listen to someone. What a beautiful process this is. When I'm sitting up here and people come to the microphone one time, I'm so privileged to get to be a part of this process. So I will always vote in support for every single citizen to get to come up here and introduce his idea for a change, or for a rezone, or for what I want to do with my property. It's my property, and this is what I'd like to do. But the power is behind what the people in the neighborhood want, in my opinion. And if we can make our decision based on that, then the PZD process has some teeth in it. And this is just nicking away at it. I did not vote 2 years ago for the change that the council did approve, because I did believe that the buffer zones were part of that negotiation in 2005, and I wasn't willing to vote to give up the buffer zones. But the buffer zones are not just the land. The buffer zones include the hours of operation and the number of events that occur. That was part of the buffer zones. It's not just the physical drawing of the land. So every single person in my neighborhood who's talked to me, I think, maybe with the exception of one, has wanted Pratt Place to succeed, has been there, appreciates what you've done, and has respect for the process of a PZD that the government said, okay, you can do this. The people's government said, this is what you get to do. And I think we've all tried to support it. Maybe the biggest bother I've had at my house is people pulling in my driveway asking me how to get there, because the government doesn't let him put big signs up and direct people there. And so we are bothered a little bit, and I say bothered loosely. Chuck and I don't care if people ask us how to get to Pratt Place. We go there too. So the bothers are not serious, but the main point of the bothers are, they were approved by the government. We let this happen, and we've abided by it and tried to live with it in peace in our neighborhood. So I'm not going to be able to support it, even though I've wrestled with it a lot. I think the process is beautiful. I'm glad that we let people come in our doors and give an idea of what they want to do, and I think we should consider it very carefully. But the bottom line is, the neighborhood doesn't want this, and the neighborhood has asked me not to support it, and so I'm not going to be able to.
Good. Now,
Well, I guess I've heard from people who do support this and people who don't, that both live in the neighborhood, and I've heard from about 6 people who don't support it. Most of you are
Mr.
here.
Archer, you just get one turn for microphone. I'm sorry,
I've heard
Mr.
from
Green.
about 6 people who don't support it. Most of you are here tonight, and I've also, because of that lack of input, brought it up to people as I'm, talking in the neighborhood. And I've talked to a lot of people who do support the Pratt Place Inn too. And I think a lot of people realize that the Pratt Place Inn does improve their property value. So I think a lot of people want it to succeed. Neighbors don't want it to become just another housing development if it doesn't succeed, and the Archers don't want to sell it either. So I think that there might be able to be a compromise that we could reach here. Maybe, I think PZDs have to be modified occasionally to fit the need of the community, because that's what a PZD is. It's when we look at an exceptional situation and say, okay, this is different, and we're going to look at it as a PZD because it doesn't fit the zoning criteria that we have anywhere else, so we're going to look at you as different. And that's one reason I don't like PZDs, because we have to set them apart as different. But this is here, and we have to deal with it. And so I'm going to offer an amendment to this tonight that I've talked to several constituents about, that would change the hours from Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Sunday from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. I am not going to offer an amendment on the number of events that can be held until 1 a.m. in the morning. I think that at this point, in order to do that, I think much more public input would be needed, and we haven't had that. We've only had one other meeting, really, at Ward 4 besides this one. So that is the amendment that I'm going to offer. I think that It takes into account what the neighbors really want, and the neighbors really want to see this stay sparse. They don't want a lot of development up on the top of that hill. I mean, if you add a lot of homes, you're going to be adding a lot of traffic, and that's what we're talking about here anyway, is the main concern is traffic. So if we can try to kind of meet in the middle, I think that's the best idea. So I'll make that a motion to change the hours Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and remain the same on Sunday as stated in the ordinance currently.
Okay. Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday, correct?
Yes.
That's your amendment?
Yes, that is my amendment.
All right. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Let's discuss the amendment. Yes, Dell.
May I ask Jeremy a question? Jeremy, did the original PZD limit the number of events per month?
It did. Originally, there were, I think, 16 conditions of approval recommended by staff when this came before the council. Through I don't know if it was one or a series of neighborhood meetings, they were agreed upon, I think, 9 or 10 extra conditions of approval that were then brought subsequent to staff's original conditions. Two separate conditions were, one was the hours of operation, which we're discussing tonight. A different condition of approval limited it to 4 events per month. So that was a separate condition of approval, and I think that's what Mr. Archer was trying to say earlier, is that that's a separate condition. He's not requesting to amend that, at least currently.
Have we ever had a complaint from the neighborhood about more events than 4 a month?
We've never had a complaint. We had an inquiry recently, and as part of this discussion, a neighbor submitted an inquiry about how many events per month, and if we have that on record. We don't keep those kinds of records, so we essentially sent a letter to Mr. Archer asking what those events were. I believe that was last week or the week before last. We had not received a response.
Okay, thank you. I think Alderman Long made several excellent points. Number one, I think it does improve your quality. It improves the value of your property. I think to have that property sold and subdivided, which it probably will, if Pratt Place fails, you're talking about traffic problems. Many traffic problems. So I think that we need, we hear a lot about unintended consequences. That's quite a term that's used a lot these days. So I hope that the neighborhood, I've struggled with this big time, but I hope the neighborhood will think hard. You may get some unintended consequences. I think that Pratt Place Inn and Barn is a truly exceptional, a real asset to our community. And I would say, let's please look for some modifications to help it be successful. We have an amendment on the floor, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But I think that we need to, just as we always do, we never allow ourselves to have our hands tied that something cannot be modified. Just like last week when we had a builder or last meeting, we had a builder talking to us about concerns. We always can listen, as Alderman Adams has said, to concerns and to new ideas and suggestions. And so I hope that we'll think very seriously about what we're doing tonight. To me, it could be quite tragic.
Okay, now you said all the discussion we want to do on the amendment.
Well, I have a question for, When it says, operating hours, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., does that mean the event ends at 10 p.m., or does that mean staff needs to be gone by 10 p.m.?
It's not specific in the condition. We generally mean the event has ended, so oftentimes you'll see people packing up or setting up before those hours, but this is really the hours of operation for those type of events.
Okay, so then there would still be people leaving after 10 p.m., staff leaving after 10 p.m., so there's still noise and activity after 10 p.m., probably as late as 11 anyway. Which just gives me a lot of concern, thinking about, you can tolerate a lot if you know it's going to stop at 10 p.m., but, when you have an 8 to 5 job and you have to get up in the morning, that extra hour of sleep has a lot of value. So I appreciate Alderman Long's attempt to find a solution. I think I would be more apt to support something that was, we kept the original hours of operation and then offered, the 12 event permits to go till midnight or something in the way of that, so that it was, occasionally it would run longer, but the vast majority of the time, that 10 p.m. Was respected. So I'll just throw that out there.
I have a question for staff. Jeremy, if you could, how far are the residences, the neighbors, away? I mean, one person wrote me that was about 4 football fields away, and they said they could abide by whatever we decided, but that's certainly a pretty far distance. I mean, it's actually probably about this distance from there to the football stadium, which is a long way, but, I'm just trying to gauge, I mean, we're not talking about, neighbors like that live close to my home from there to that wall. We're talking, how far?
Right, I'm gonna have to guess. Mr. Archer may know this because I think he's actually measured it before. I think it's in the neighborhood of several hundred feet is the closest neighbor. The property is obviously surrounded, part of the PDD was 72 acres, and part of the consideration by the council at the time to allow for commercial activities is that the majority of that, the balance of that property is essentially left in perpetuity as tree preservation and green space. So no further development can happen on the rest of the 72 acres. So I think that was part of that discussion and part of that balance in allowing for the commercial activity. However, there certainly are residences within the area, and I would say considered part of the neighborhood. You've heard particularly some off of Sing, which are, I believe, the closest residents. And again, Mr. Archer may know that better than I. He's provided some maps I was looking for, but I don't know if they're in this particular packet. But I remember 400 to 500 feet, but I may be wrong about that.
Anything else, Al?
No, I just wanted to point that out because Sarah, you had asked about noise, and I just wanted to make sure that you knew, that these weren't next,
I'm looking
very
at
close in
the
proximity.
Google map, and it appears the nearest residence is about 500 to 600 feet from the barn.
Are you looking at the cottage? That's part of the property?
No, I'm looking at the home across Sang Avenue.
Across Sang, right. That is the closest one.
And Mayor, to Sarah's point, this email that I received, I guess Alan did too maybe. My wife and I live about 400 yards. We're opposed to any change in the operating hours. Our home is about 400 yards from the barn, and we think, I don't have my glasses on, we think that extended operating hours would be destructive to our sleep.
And
so to your point, that's Dr. and Mrs. Murray.
And I wrote them back, and I asked them if is your home really four full football fields away, and how does that affect the noise inside your home and your quality of life? And they responded that they would be okay with any changes that we made. I can provide that to the clerk as an email. I've provided it to Mr. Archer in response to your FOI request.
I didn't get that one. I didn't get FOI.
I didn't copy you, but that was the response to that email.
That's one of the ones you've heard positive.
I will say on page 34, I have it on the screen, and then 35, there has been some provided measurements here. There's a circumference diagram, and there's also a dimension diagram, and you've heard from at least 2 of the residents that are listed here this evening. So it looks about 648 from one of the residences, 1,002 feet, again, as a bird, as a crow flies, from the Feldman residence. That gives you a little perspective, at least, to your question.
Anything else on the amendment?
Well, may I speak?
As soon as I open it up to public comment, Mr. Archer, you may. Any other discussion? All right. Now we're gonna take public comment on the amendment. Stay with the amendment with me. The amendment is from Sunday to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Correct, Alex?
Correct.
That's what we're working with right now. So what would you like to comment on that?
I certainly would. I appreciate your effort to create a compromise situation here, but the compromise proposal is actually a proposal for disaster. People who are having an event do not want the event, especially a wedding, to end at 11 o'clock on a Friday or a Saturday. It's a formula for financial disaster. There are very few, there's not much demand for events on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, except for charity events, which we happily accommodate and at a special price. And they usually go from about 6 till 9 or 6 till 10. However, if there's something else, if there is somebody who wants to have a wedding or some kind of party that comes on a Thursday, we bump up against this rule of 10 o'clock. That's why I went to all this effort to make the proposal to the planning division, why they studied similar venues around the country, historic houses that are in an urban setting, and what kind of rules do they abide by, what kind of rules do they operate by, and they get to go until midnight. And so that's the origin of the recommendation that you have from Fayetteville's own planning division to allow us to go until midnight. That is all right. Now, I would like the other things that I just proposed to you as amendments, but this, as noble as Mr. Long's attempted compromises, this is a formula for getting us totally rejected in this operation by cutting it back. So it doesn't mean that there's going to be an event every night of the week going until midnight. No, not at all. And please understand that this is the question before you is not really dealing with a problem, because there has never been a genuine problem. I would like to answer Ms. Adams' remarks. I could have had dozens of people here speaking pro. You're hearing from the same negative minority, tiny minority of the neighborhood that opposed the inn in the first place back in 2005, 2006. If you look at our guest book, if you look online at the comments, if you look at the emails we receive, we get hundreds of praising things. It's hard to get a bride to come in here and say, yeah, I think that's wonderful. But I can also get neighbors, but the other neighbors think it's not an issue. Just a small minority, a small, very eloquent minority who have been the minority from the beginning come forward and their voices are heard. But there could have been plenty. I didn't even think it would be necessary to bring in supporters. I just let the other people whom you don't hear from are the people who are not disturbed, and they're the majority of the neighborhood.
I take it you don't like the amendment. I take it you don't care for the amendment.
No, I do not.
Okay.
To me, it's poison. I mean, I appreciate Mr. Long's attempt to do something. Yeah.
Yes.
I apologize. I wrote it down and I misstated what I meant.
Okay.
I meant to say Sunday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Friday and Saturday night from 7 a.m. to midnight.
Okay.
I didn't mean to take away something that you were already allowed to have.
Pardon me, I believe that's the way it is now. Yeah, that's the way it is. So we have that.
I'm sorry, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. I can't get it out tonight. Sunday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday night from 7 a.m. to midnight.
Okay.
Does
I apologize.
the seconder approve of that clarified amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay,
All right, we've got 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, correct? Have I got that right? And then Friday and Saturday, 7 a.m. till midnight.
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I apologize to the
Now,
council.
let's start again. All right. What discussion do we have with the council on the amendment? Go ahead.
All right. I know you've got an amendment on the table, and I just want to make a suggested alternate amendment that might appeal to you. How about 7 to 10 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and then 7 to midnight Thursday through Saturday? That way they could have the later events on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then the rest of the week they're protected till 10.
I think the neighbors would be more comfortable with only 2 nights a week going to midnight.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
what was the staff's recommendation, Jeremy?
We recommended what is before you currently in the ordinance, which was maintaining the Sunday hours, 7 to 10 p.m., and then extending Monday through Saturday to midnight.
And that's the one that I like. But
Okay. So you like...
that's not before us here. I realize that.
Well, I know.
That's actually the one that's presented.
That's what
That's what the ordinance is. I know that. Yes. Thank you.
That's staff's recommendation.
Yes.
Okay. All right, are we going to change, Alan, are you going to change the, okay, all right, so, a friendly amendment. Okay.
Thank you.
You are, all right, any other discussion on that? Well, let's start with the other amendment. Mr. Archer, would you like to address us on the new amendment from Sunday to Thursday, 7 a.m. to 11, and Friday and Saturday, 7 a.m. to 12, and of course, we'll let everybody else also have their voice. No, Mr. Archer, why don't you start? You're the petitioner. No?
I'd say it's an improvement, but I would much prefer the staff's recommendation in this case.
Okay.
Again, I appreciate Mr. Long's effort.
So you don't like this amendment either?
I'd rather test, I think the staff's recommendation is the best policy. I don't
Okay.
foresee, you're arguing here about 1 hour, and again, I come back, this has never been a problem. There has never been an incident, never in 8 years. So we're not out there to, by going from 10 until midnight, Monday through Thursday, to create havoc in the neighborhood, or nuisance or noise.
Okay.
Yeah, and the staff has studied similar examples in similar situations, and they've given a very good recommendation, I believe.
Okay, thank you. All right, who would like to address us on this latest amendment?
Of course, there are people that would be happy to support Crack Place having longer hours. They don't live close enough to hear the noise except when they're at the event. We live there every night. I'm not an engineer, but as a human being, sound travels. It rolls down the hills and so forth. So it's not heard 4 football fields away, perhaps, but certainly in my bedroom, heard. We have now got a complaint-driven system. We haven't complained because 10 o'clock was all right. You start moving it to 11 and so forth, I suspect we're going to have more complaints. Mr. Archer has admitted that he has violated what he agreed to in 2005 of having no more than 4 events a month. So when he violates other provisions, perhaps this new time limit and so forth, there's going to be more complaints to city planning. There is no reporting on the number of events. So what are we supposed to do? Sit out there with a little clicker and click off how many events a month? Would you like to go out in your neighborhood and have to go see how many things are going on the street across the way and so forth if city council had put a commercial establishment in your backyard? We need reporting at a minimum. If he's going to have these provisions and admits violating them, how about reporting quarterly, annually, whatever, to the city so that we don't have to sit around and monitor him, which is what you're putting us in the position of having to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. All right, who else? Yes, Mr. Tom, come on in.
Thank you again. I would just like to reiterate that the issue of noise is not related directly to distance, and I can assure you that I can sit in my kitchen trying to have a quiet time, read a book, or watch TV, and it's disturbed by the reverberations of the bass that comes from the parties that are going on. Admittedly, there are only a few families that are involved, but I hope the city feels an obligation to even small neighborhoods to protect them. In terms of the specifics of the amendment, certainly I prefer the amendment to the, not the amendment, but I prefer the amendment to the original proposal of midnight, but on the other hand, I would prefer the original PCD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Archer, you just get one turn at the mic unless somebody brings you back up. I'm sure you'll get another crack at the microphone before this is done.
Again, I'm Lynn Wade, 100 North Sang. I don't know how to say this, but as you age, you need a little bit more sleep. 10 o'clock is bedtime. And when you begin to extend this beyond that on any day of the week, we are impacted by it. I agree with Tom's comments that if you extend the time, you're going to get more calls. I'm also rather concerned that you've had an admission here of violation of the conditions, which were negotiated. These weren't forced on him. And if you're going to turn around now and reward him, I have a difficult time with that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm uncertain about this thing about brides not wanting. The bride and groom don't stay till midnight at a party, do they, after the wedding? I don't know. The church closed up before then, and you went on your honeymoon, even if it was just back to the parents' house or somewhere that people have to do. But, they got plane tickets out of, whatever. The other thing is Ducks Unlimited banquet was just going to occur there a week ago, I guess. Mr. Archer could tell us the exact day it was, but it was during the snow, the big snow. So nobody would have been able to get up there. I mean, and Ducks Unlimited often does serve a little bit of alcohol at their gatherings. It's a fundraiser after all, and that sort of improves the fundraising ability of any nonprofit. But, so you wouldn't want anybody driving down in the snow. And you'd prefer they not stay till midnight, especially on weeknights. So anyway, I'd say that the revised Mr. Long's motion would be equitable and fair, and you could dispense with this thing tonight. Otherwise, you're going to be talking about it again. I'm afraid. So that's just one thing.
Okay, who else would like to address us on the amendment? Okay, bringing it back to the council. Now, the amendment before us is Sunday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 7 a.m. till 12. Correct? Any final comments on this? Yes, Dell.
I would like to once again say that I appreciate the staff's research, and I think that if they come to us, they feel like that's what the competition is doing. And I think if we're wanting to save this business and make this a viable business for our city with this beautiful historic preservation of this, Pratt Place Inn, I think that we should value what our staff has come up with and look at those hours, which I think will help, help our Pratt Place Inn.
Okay. Anybody else got any comments on this? All right. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh,
No.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Petty,
Yes.
Kenneth,
No.
Shopmire. Adam. No. Long,
Yes.
Gray,
No,
Mayor, it's a tie vote, so you can vote yes if you wish to pass this amendment.
I'm not gonna vote.
So the amendment fails.
All right. Now we're back to the original. Now, before we go any further, there was two amendments that Mr. Archer threw forward to the council. One was to remove the 2-year period.
Well, obviously, Mr.
I mean,
Archer can't
No, but
suggest-
I'm just saying, I just want to bring everybody back.
Okay.
If anybody was interested in making that amendment, I just wanted to bring that back to everybody's memory.
I would like to make that amendment, Mayor,
What was the amendment?
that we remove the 2-year.
Waiting period.
Waiting,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Is there a second on that? Okay. That's out. All right, then there was to add 10 events a year to go to 2 a.m. Anybody interested in that? Okay. Now, there we go. Now we're back to the original. Everybody good with that? Everybody familiar with the hours? Jeremy, give us the hours here one more time. Just a minute, Mr. Archer.
The proposal on the table currently for this amendment would, as your ordinance reads, change the hours of operation to Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. until midnight and from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. on Sunday. There would be a maximum of 1 event on New Year's Eve each allowed until 1 a.m. And Section 2, these new hours are granted for a trial period of 2 years from the date of City Council approval, 1 year from the date of the approval. The City Council shall review any valid complaints and/or violations and determine at that time if the new operated hours should be extended beyond that 2-year period. And those are the conditions that are in the current ordinance.
And give me the Sunday one again, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
7 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Sunday?
Sunday is 7
Okay.
until 10. That does not change from the current
Okay.
scenario.
Okay.
And Mayor, is the 10 events till 2 in there?
No, that didn't get.
It is not.
nobody-
We recommended,
Nobody sponsored, nobody. wanted to
But
do
that is not a part of the original ordinance, is my question.
it. No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Sarah,
I would like to propose an amendment
all right.
that we change the operating hours out of consideration to the neighborhood from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 7 a.m. to midnight Thursday through Sunday.
Second.
Okay, now let me get this straight.
Or Saturday, sorry. So it's 10 a.m. or 7 to 10, Sunday through Wednesday.
Okay,
And then-
hang on, just let me write
Okay.
that down. I've had a few of these tonight. Sunday through Wednesday,
Mhm.
7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And then
Correct.
7 to midnight on Thursday through Saturday. And that would allow him later operating hours on his peak business days, but protect the neighborhood
Okay,
more during the week.
that's your amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, has everybody got that amendment? We're going to discuss this now. What discussion do we have amongst the council on this one?
So Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
are there a limit of events per month?
Yes, that's not under consideration for being amended tonight.
So it's still 4 events per
Ordinance
month?
maximum per month.
Yeah.
No
That
matter what time they end, and no matter
Correct.
what we decide on the hours? Okay,
That's
Thank
correct. That
you.
was part of the original PZD condition.
thank you.
Okey-doke. Okay, everybody good? All right. Well, who would like to address us on this first? Yes, Mr. Archer. Okay, Aubrey, come right on.
Yes, that's a good amendment. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Aubrey. Yes, Mr. Archer, would you like to?
it's an improvement, yes, a mild improvement. We're sort of going hour by hour here. However,
I do the best
after
I can.
tremendous, and we're adding on hours to your meeting as well. But after, Ms. Marsh, after weeks and weeks of study of similar situations of historic houses in a neighborhood, they have operated with this midnight proposal, and it has worked very, very well. I've got all the radius charts like you have here. The planning department had the rules, the regulations. They studied them, and that's why they came up with a recommendation here, which is eminently workable. And you should please keep in mind that no complaint that was filed ever resulted in an arrest, a censure, a noise excess, any of that. And there were 9 from 2005 on. So it is you're wrestling painfully over a minuscule and essentially non-existent problem. And I believe the Planning Division has gone a long way to solving it. I would like to add for your information that the noise level that comes from Platt Place Inn, and Barn, even though it's designated commercial, as Jeremy Pate has explained, but perhaps you're not cognizant of this, that the noise level read at the edge of the is to be read at the edge of the property, and it's not the commercial noise level, it is the residential noise level. So the amount of noise that is tolerated from an event is not the Dixon Street noise, it is the noise that your neighbor makes, playing music, listening to TV, or even having a domestic argument. That's the amount of noise that is set, and it drops down after 11 p.m. And the police come, they've got monitors, they've got a decibel reader, we have one too, and there's never been a citation for excessive residential level noise all these years.
Okay.
So, again, I would prefer to go back to the original proposal from the planning department and have that accepted.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Archer.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I think there is one real significant fact that I would like to once again stress. We're talking about 4 events a month. I think there's been, tonight I keep hearing this noise level, and it seems to me like it's 4 or 5 times a week. But the original PZD is still 4 times a month, and that's all we have is 4 times a month. And there's never been a complaint that there's more than 4 times a month. That's very significant, I feel.
Yes, it is, because we've been lied to by him. He admitted it tonight, okay? We don't know how many events he has because we have no way in the neighborhood of sitting out there unless we sit there every night, every day, and see when the events are. We discussed among ourselves when this issue came up of how can we determine how many events, because we felt like he was having more. We requested, and the city therefore requested, a count only of 2013. Nothing was forthcoming. Mr. Archer tried to evade the question from Alderman Long a while ago, and then he finally admitted, yes, we're having more. We've had more. Okay?
Mayor?
Would you please amend, if you're going to amend this thing to death, let's amend it to have quarterly reporting of the number of events so we can follow the 2005 PCD as you just alluded to. And I don't prefer the noise thing, and this is an interesting political process. I don't want to support the amendment. I'd rather leave it the way it is. On the other hand, if I knew what you guys were in your mind going to do, I might come back and say, hey, at least give us reporting, which we don't have at the moment. We can complain about noise when it occurs. We don't know how to complain about the number of events if we don't know how many events are going on.
So what you're saying, Tom, that he needs to file each event that he is doing?
I wouldn't want to overly burden him with paperwork, but maybe once a quarter he files with the city how many events have occurred in the last 3 months. Then we've got something to look at. If we think there's more than 4 events per month, we can have something to go back to and see, he said this is how many we've had. Right now, we have no way of knowing, and I don't, the city doesn't either.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
I guess I don't understand.
Mr. Archer,
if-
please have a seat.
Yeah, Mr. Overby, if we're complaining about noise, right?
We're complaining about many things. Noise has been a big discussion. Traffic is a big discussion. The number of events is a discussion that we can't give you anything objective about because we don't have any objective information. It's not been supplied and we have no way to get it.
Seems to me that, though, if you feel like there's a lot of traffic or a lot of noise, complain about it. I don't understand why there hasn't been any complaints.
With the time limit being 10 p.m. during the week, we know that the event is supposed to end at 10 p.m. So if we hear noise, we say, okay, it's going to be over with by 10 or shortly thereafter. Staff can leave, whatever. And so we can go ahead and know we can go to sleep after 10 o'clock. You extend the time to 11 or 12 during the week, it's going to interfere more with sleeping, so you're probably going to get more complaints, okay? That's noise alone. Traffic, how do we complain about traffic? The citizens have a right to drive on our streets. If they have an event, a commercial event in our neighborhood, and they drive to that event, they're allowed to, and they're allowed to drive home, what are we complaining about? We're complaining about the dangers of extra traffic in the neighborhood later at night with the conditions in the neighborhood. I don't know who you complain to until there's a wreck or a crash or an injury, okay? So, sorry about that one. Number of events he's admitted he's violated openly despite his agreement in 2005. That enrages me. I'm trying not to get enraged. We need to know about the number of events so we can monitor the future. I like Pratt Place Inn. I want it to be successful within the confines of the 2005 PCD that he agreed to, you guys approved in your previous version, and the citizens agreed to. We don't have a way to monitor the number of events. Let's add that if we're going to monkey this thing to death. Thank you.
Okay. Who else would like to address us? Alan?
I'm William Feldman.
Yes.
The number of events is being limited to 4 is rather vacuous because I personally have been disturbed by the noise more times than that in a given month, and probably called you more times than that in a given month. The measurements of the noise are quite difficult, which is why the restriction on the hours offers some protection, because the police come and they're very gracious that it may not register as noise, and yet I can sit in my house and hear these reverberations. And even though I have to admit I don't like to go to bed early, I stay up till 1 o'clock, but I don't want to hear that kind of noise. I'm trying to often do things where I like things to be quiet. So this offers some protection where the noise ordinance itself is much more problematic in terms of the noises that might disturb one in one's home, so that the hours have been very important to us. Thank you.
Okay. Who else would like to address us on this amendment? No, Mr. Archer, you've had your turn. Everybody gets one turn for the microphone, unless council member brings it back up. Okay? Yes.
If I could just speak to that, I did go to Pitt and to Jason about what we might do to lower, as a negotiation or an idea of compromise, how we might lower the decibel level for the events at this place until midnight, and the legal response to that was it's already hard enough to, decibel levels don't really hold up in court case.
No, I wouldn't say that. We
I don't
have,
know
in
exactly
fact,
what you said.
successfully prosecuted people for noise violations. You should also be aware that part of our noise ordinance says, and I wish I had it here with me so I could read it exactly, but after a certain period of time, you cannot have audible noise at your own property line. Yeah. And that was done for the Dixon Street area, knowing that just because it's not in violation of noise ordinance doesn't mean you can't hear it, and it won't keep you awake, and it won't bother you. It's just at a low enough level, we're not going to make it criminal. And so after, I don't know, is it 1 o'clock, Jeremy? I don't know if you can, you remember the noise ordinance? Where you cannot have noise basically escape your property. And that is also, as opposed to being complaint-driven, not complaint-driven. So a police officer can be walking down the street, and if your noise is escaping, normally music is what people are concerned about, that keeps people awake, then in fact a ticket can be written for that. And I think the reason that the city council in the past had a time limit is because they knew that noise would escape. People would hear it, it wouldn't be in violation of the noise ordinance, but it would be uncomfortable for the neighborhood, disturbing for the neighborhood. So that city council, in order to try to protect the neighbors, said, you must end at 10. And that's why they had an hour of operation, for two reasons. One is for the noise, the second, so that the traffic would leave. And because the traffic is driving through a residential neighborhood. And so I think that was the two protections for the neighborhood, and that's why they had an ending date. You don't see an ending date or closing date for most PCDs. It's very unusual. This was a very unusual case because it was in an established neighborhood that was very concerned that their peace and quiet was going to be disturbed.
Thank you very much.
And the ordinance time is 1 a.m. related to your comment.
Pardon?
Is 1 a.m.
1? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public like to address us on this amendment? Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the council. Now the amendment before us is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
And 7 a.m. till 12 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. Okay, any final comments on that one?
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Am I reading this wrong, or is this amendment basically only changing one night for 1 hour? What am I missing?
Well, what I remember from the staff was Monday through Saturday till midnight, and then Sunday till 11, right?
Till 10.
But the compromise is only Thursday.
No, what it's doing is keeping that 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday through Wednesday. So we're protecting them that Sunday through Wednesday.
Yeah, I got you.
3 nights.
3 nights.
3 nights instead.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The bulk of the work week.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
So may I ask a question?
yes, you may.
The amendment will be voted up or down, and then it becomes, if it's voted,
The new time.
yes, it is now then
The
we
new
vote
time.
on the,
Then the amended thing, sorry.
the amended thing, okay.
Ordinance, we'll vote on that as a whole. This will be the hours of operation in the ordinance as a whole.
Yes. And it's 7 a.m. to midnight on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday.
Yes.
Through Wednesday, excuse me.
All right. If there's not any is there any final comments? Okay, Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Petty,
Yes.
Tenet,
Yes.
Shopmire,
Yes.
Adams,
No.
Long,
Yes.
Gray,
No.
The amendment passes.
Yes. It does. Okay, now we have the ordinance as a whole. There it is. Okay, now this is, what comments do we have on the ordinance? We're on the final reading. We've amended it to 7 to 10 p.m., 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., Sunday through Wednesday, and 7 a.m. to 12 p.m., Thursday through Saturday. What discussion do we have among the council on this as a whole? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes?
I'd just like to say that you can't please everybody when you're talking with your constituents, but I feel like this is a good compromise. I've talked to people on both sides, and I'm going to support this. And I hope that during the trial period, and 1 year from this date, when we review it, that it's worked well. Because if it doesn't, we will change it back, or we will try to.
Okay.
Or I will try to. So.
Okay. Yes, Della.
So you are supporting the new hours into this ordinance?
As amended.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to clarify, it says 1 year from the approval date. Obviously, if we don't have a council meeting on December 17th, it's going to be a year from now. We'll put it on the next council
We
meeting.
may be here a year from now.
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Oh,
Please.
okay. Yes,
I
ma'am.
would like to amend this to have reporting quarterly.
I'll second that.
I'm trying to figure out how to say this because I don't want to add more work to our staff, but I do believe we need to amend this to, we are going to review this, so I believe we should amend it to have the reporting as part of the, please
Okay.
amend to report quarterly.
And we have a second.
And we have a
I'll let you
second.
Second.
Okay, let's discuss this amendment. Sarah?
Would that reporting requirement expire at the end of the probationary period?
Okay, let me think about this for just a minute.
Mayor,
No.
I was
I
just
don't, no, I
talking
don't.
with Jeremy as staff, we would, if you're going to require reporting quarterly, we would ask that you request the coming 90-day period of events so you can see the number of events scheduled rather than the lagging, so that you have the ability to know a problem before it arises rather than having events happen and not have it.
Thank you. And,
I'll say that, I want to ask the question so everybody can hear it. How about if the reporting is both, so that we can, one, know that it's being followed, and two, know that the plan coming forward is...
That would be fine with us too, we just would
Okay.
like to know that we think a preventive issue would be appropriate.
If I may.
Yes.
I can't support that reporting requirement.
Okay.
I think it's going to be burdensome. I think it's interesting that I think it's going to be a catalyst for complaining. I also think it's interesting that the people who are bothered by the noise can't tell us how many times events happen a month. I think there's a lot of dissension out there, and I'm sorry to see that because neighbors should get along. I think the Pratt Place is a wonderful establishment. I go there a lot. I can tell you that the events I've attended aren't loud. It's a wonderful place for Northwest Arkansas. I'm not going to support the amended changes. Thank you.
On the quarterly report.
Right.
Okay. All right. So anybody else got any more comments on it? All right, let's take some public comments on the quarterly reporting.
This is not something that was on the agenda. It's not something that has been discussed with the planning department. And since it's not on the agenda, I would hope that this is not considered tonight at all. I did not come prepared to debate it.
An elected official has made an amendment, and I'm
Okay,
sure
all right,
they're going to decide what they're going to do with it here just in a minute.
So, I haven't prepared any remarks for any of you in that
Okay.
connection, and I hope that you would postpone
I understand.
voting on that issue.
I understand.
Fran Alexander. In my research on this issue, I was trying to find out police reports and also talk to planning. If there is a reporting on events, I think we need one central location for all of this, because as a citizen, it's very difficult to know who you're reporting to whom you're reporting, and who is recording all of this. Otherwise, you've got to go in various departments. Thanks.
All right.
Obviously, the quarterly reporting is one of my requests. It's not just noise, Mr. Schottmeyer. You can have a dozen quiet events and you violated the ordinance, okay? It leads to traffic, okay? So I think the before and after prospective and retroactive is fine. City planning is open. We know where to go. If the reports are there, we can go down and take a look at them. That's all we need to do. We appreciate it. By the way, I don't want to stand up when this is all done. There may not be an opportunity, but I want to tell you this is a fascinating civics lesson. You guys work hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else want to address us on the quarterly reporting? Okay, let's bring, yes, absolutely.
What's the penalty if this is violated?
This is a zoning ordinance, and so any violation, whether it be having too many events or breaching or violating your zoning code, can be prosecuted. Now, we haven't prosecuted very many in the last dozen years I've been city attorney, but we have had to prosecute some, and we've actually gone to circuit court and prosecuted them. Now, it's a violation, so it's not a giant fine. There's no possible jail sentence. But it can be a continuing violation, which would be $250 a day, or if it's a single violation, like if you have 5 events instead of 4, the maximum fine would be up to $500. Now, normally judges do not impose a maximum fine, but it's only a violation of city ordinances, so it's not a put them in jail sort of situation. It's fines only.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And I'd just like to add one thing that I would be interested in seeing for the reporting purposes, that is that when it does come back to us in 1 year for review, we'll have something to look at, to evaluate based on. I don't know if that's something you'd be interested in, Alderman Petty, but it is something I would definitely like to see.
Should be interested in that.
To be frank, I agree with Alderman Schottmeyer on this. I think we're splitting hairs.
I have one, maybe it's a clarification question, about how this reporting will take place. Is city staff going to contact the business, or, I don't know. How is this reporting?
We don't know, because this will be the first
We
time
don't
we've
know.
had this.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought. The answer
Short
was?
answer.
Yes,
We'll figure it
which leads me to not like the idea, because I think, what Alderman Schottmeyer said was a good point. It does add a burden to our city staff to not only do it, but to plan how we're going to do it, and then to enforce how we're going to do it. And then it leaves, I think, interpretations, and I don't know that we'd ever get anything concrete out of it. Because then what are you going to do? Call the business owner and say, now how many did you have last week? What about the week before? I mean, it's going to be difficult, and I don't know that it can be complaint driven, that really helps. I think there's too many loose parts to that, and I think I don't think we're accomplishing as much there. If there was a clear and simple way to do it, but I don't see one, so I couldn't support that either.
Alderman Tennant, I don't want to misrepresent your question. There is one entity that we get event information from. It's the Walton Arts Center, and they provide us an event for event parking scheduling of the upcoming events. We don't have any method of back reporting, but we do get a report from them going into each quarter of the scheduled events. And
Thank you.
I would see that we would just require have a request.
Event schedule.
Yes.
At the speed of that, I would just say that because our planning department recommended a 2-year period that we have not removed, then if we're going to look at this in 2 years, I think we ought to have some things in place to look at. I mean, obviously tonight, it feels like the sentiment of the council is not to pay that much attention to whether there were 4 events or more. But I would think that if I'm fortunate enough to be on this council in 2 years and we're looking at get this again, I want to know if there's been some care taken in trying to follow what the council approves. I think there should be something there. What else are we going to look at? I mean, we've had people talk tonight, and we should have something to look at. We already have a lot of people not, we need something to look at, and I don't think it's too much trouble. If you pay your payroll taxes, if you pay your sales taxes, you can also contact the city and report this in exchange for something you asked in changing in zoning, I think.
On the Walton Arts Center, they send us that report, correct? They sort of write herd on that and send us the report.
They send it to us.
We don't
for
go
the
and say how
upcoming
many events you had this month and
No,
write herd on that.
we receive a report.
They
from
have
them.
to file the report, they have to handle all that, correct?
We do follow up if we don't get it by the 15th.
Well, of course we do, because,
We're
yes,
making the second-hand clothing store file report.
so I would assume that the owner
Oh,
of
my lapis.
Mr. Archer would have to file that report and send it to the city.
Hey,
Would be
My lapis
my
in
assumption.
every meeting.
is that correct?
I would assume
that
so.
would be, I'm just drawing this on the hood of a truck here, so I don't know.
And then, you know, at the end of 2 years, we can just look at those reports and we know what happened.
Okay. All right, is there any more discussion on the quarterly reporting amendment? Okay.
Jeremy, can you handle that in your office? You're okay?
If the council directs us to, we'll do that.
We'll just fit it in there. Okay? All right, let's vote on the quarterly reporting. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh,
No.
Kenyon,
No.
Hetty,
No.
Tennant,
No.
Shopmire,
No.
Adams,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Okay.
Gray,
No.
All right, now we go back to the original amended ordinance without the quarterly reporting. Now, the hours of operation again is Sunday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Thursday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Well, to
Correct?
midnight, actually.
Okay, midnight. Sorry, you're right. Gotten a little tired here, haven't I? All right, now, we have the amended ordinance before you. What discussion do we have among the council? Is there any more amendments?
No.
All right, now let's have some public comment on the ordinance as a whole. All right, so let's begin. Mr. Archer, would you like to start? Wait, okay.
I guess half a loaf is better than none at all, but I would hope that you could vote on a proposal. I mean, I appreciate the measure, I appreciate the proposal, but it builds in a certain inflexibility. Somebody wants to have an event on a Wednesday night to go to midnight, then where are we? Or on a Tuesday night. It is not that a midnight event that goes to midnight on Thursday is imposes no greater intervention, or that's not the right word anyway. It just allows the flexibility of event planners to go ahead and say, we would like to have an event on Tuesday night that goes until midnight. And again, I know you're tired of hearing this, there has not been a legitimate problem of noise. And the noise is read by an instrument that is approved by the police department, a decibel meter. It's not a personal decision as to what I can hear or not hear, it's what the decibel meter says it is. And it has not ever read that there was a noise violation from Pratt Place.
Okay, Mr. Archer. But keep in mind, the council has made a decision on that, and they passed an amendment for these hours, and that's what we're gonna work with. I understand what you're saying, but this has already been decided by the council as the hour of operations as far as amending the ordinance. Okay, so the original is gone. Gone. Okay. Just gotta be clear on that. All right, what other public comment do we have on the ordinance as a whole? Fran? No public comment? Oh,
Please pass it now.
well. All right, what final comments, then, if there's no more public comment, what comments do we have in the council? I have some. All right, go ahead, Justin.
Thank you. I thought that it was important for me to go back and look at some of the archives when this was first discussed back in 2005. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot from what was said and what was done. And it wasn't 1975 when this was done. This wasn't the year that Aubrey wrote his article that he talked about, which I'd like to read, by the way, Aubrey. about keeping the hilltops intact. This was 2005. This wasn't that long ago. And while I understand that things do change and PZDs should sometimes be changed, at this particular case, I want to protect the integrity of the process that happened here not that long ago. And the process that the neighborhood and the city council went through was a long, I think, well thought out compromise between a neighborhood and a business. It was a compromise to create a successful business environment while keeping a neighborhood intact. It doesn't matter that it's a real important neighborhood or it's not an important neighborhood. It's a neighborhood in this city. And I don't like changing things in the spirit of saving any one business. I've heard it mentioned a couple of times that we need to do what we can to save this business. What if we change something and that particular business fails? Is it our overall responsibility to change things to save one business? Now, I know there are times when you should do everything you can as a city to create a successful environment, but I think it's already happened. I don't know if an extra hour makes a difference to Mr. Archer's business. He's come to the microphone a couple of times and given me the indication that it doesn't. And so, even though I voted for the amendment to change the hours, because I definitely didn't believe in the early part of the week, which I totally agree with that, I don't know that opening up for Thursday night does anything but harm the neighborhood. Certainly noise and traffic are going to be added. We're putting a burden on the neighborhood in the interest of a commercial entity. I don't like doing that. I don't like that no matter where it is or what it is. And that's why I voted against adding the burden to the city staff. I just don't think we need to unnecessarily burden people in the spirit of saving a business, albeit a great business and a favorite business of mine in town and a great place. But for a while there, I got so caught up in thinking of how to compromise that I forgot that we don't have to compromise sometimes. And so I'm just going to vote no and keep the integrity of the process that we did less than 10 years ago intact, because I think that's important for neighbors to be able to negotiate with the city and compromise and then expect it to be followed. Yes, there can be changes every once in a while and things can happen, but in this particular case, I don't see it warrants a change. So it was a very hard decision, but I've got to protect the integrity of the process that happened here those years ago. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. I'm going to take everybody back to 2005 because I was on this council, and I do know what happened. That area was zoned to put about 300 houses up there on that hilltop. That's what I remember. And all the traffic that went with it. And the neighbors came in and said, I went to the neighbors, I met with the neighbors myself in Shirley Lucas. And we told them that this would be better for them. And we gave them our word that if we pass this, we keep our word. I remember that. And you people sitting out there remember that too. Now, I have a lot of weaknesses. But I will tell you this. When I tell you something, that's what I do. Now, we, as a council at that time, with 35 people in some of these meetings, they're not here tonight. But that when Fran got up there and said it was binding, she was right. We gave them our word. We gave you our word at that time that we wouldn't change that. That's why I didn't support the amendment that came in here a year or so ago. I didn't support that one either, because I remember what I said. Now, maybe if I hadn't been part of that council and I hadn't voted the way I voted, I'd have a different opinion. Now, I'm the same individual now that I was then, and I told you all that I would not, I gave you my word that I wouldn't change or vote to change that. Now, I can't, and I won't, because that's what I told you I'd do. Now, everybody's got to vote their conscience, and there's no other people up here that was on that council at that time. I can only speak for myself. and the council that I was on. And if I was still a voting member of a council, this council today, I would not support this. Okay? Now, I'm done. Now, Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh,
No.
Kenyon,
No.
Hetty,
No.
Tennant,
No.
Shopmire,
No.
Adams,
No.
Long,
No.
Gray,
No.
Okay.
So the ordinance fails.
All right. Let's move along to new business. Would you all like a break?
No.
Okay, let's move along. All right. Under new business, number one, bid number 13-56, Apex Central Incorporated. Resolution awarding bid number 13-56 and approving a contract with Apex Central Incorporated in the amount of $4,587,250.02 for construction of Van Ash Drive, approving a 10% project contingency and approving a budget adjustment. Chris?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I know it's getting late, but I did want to show you a couple of slides of this project just to help everybody understand what this project is and what it means to the overall transportation system in the city. So this first slide is kind of a big picture of the master street plan. This is the Van Ash project that we're talking about. If you look on the west side of the city, this blue line is Rupel Road, turning into Howard Nickel Road, turning into Van Ash. That's a principal arterial parkway, so it's a median cross-section, and it's part of the box around the city that we talked a lot about, that really provides just kind of the loop system that we're working towards. So obviously Van Ash is a small piece of that, but it's an important piece because it links one of our major shopping areas with another major shopping area and a state highway. So
We're connecting to the world. I knew we'd get there.
Yeah, exactly.
My, how we've grown.
2005.
So this is a little closer in picture. This again is Highway 112, and this is Gregg Avenue here, the green line. So Sam's Club is down here. So Van Ash is the piece that we're talking about, is between Highway 112 over to Gregg Avenue. Right now, Van Ash, if you take that route, you have to come up here, turn north, go along a little winding road, and then come back down. So the proposed route will come across this open field and create a straight route between Gregg Avenue and Highway 112. This is a little bit more detail of the proposed project. Again, over here, Highway 112, we are proposing a T intersection at this location in keeping with our master street plan and the long-term plan that Van Ash and Howard Nickel will be the predominant route. That's a piece that we don't quite have approval yet from the Highway Department. We're still working with them on that. So we're basically holding the contractor off on that part of it until we can get that fully worked out. But continuing east underneath I-540, this is a 4-lane section through this stretch. We just don't have the space to put in the median section. This actually is Johnson, City of Johnson on the north side. But then as we continue to the east, go across the open field, and then you move down here, this is a continuation. We do have the median cross-section in here, a median break at what's now Roosevelt Drive, and then continuing the median all the way up to Gregg Avenue. The other thing that you see here, the yellow lines are sidewalks. So sidewalks on both sides. And then the dark blue line is actually Clabber Creek Trail. Clabber Creek Trail comes along Clabber Creek all the way from the west side of town up to Sam's Club. It then runs along Highway 112 and then continues along Van Ash as a side path. That's an item that we worked through the Transportation Committee, and I want to show you a little detail of that, and this will be my last slide. This is the detail of what that cross-section looks like. And first of all, you see that the median here is actually a depressed median. So rather than a raised median, it's a depressed median. So the stormwater will flow into that median, be able to be filtered through some grass through there before it goes into the storm drain system. So that's a cross-section we haven't used before. It created a little bit of design issues for us, but we're gonna try it and see how well it works. On the one side, it's of course just a typical 10-foot green space and sidewalk. But then on the side with the trail, we have a 10-foot green space, a 10-foot trail, and then about 6 inches higher than the trail, we come up to the sidewalk. So we'll have a separated pedestrian sidewalk, and then the trail, which will end up being essentially for bicycles. This will be striped just like a typical trail. So we are really very excited about this cross-section because it does provide opportunities for all modes of travel. And really the project in general is extremely important. It's a vital link in this system that we talked about so long. And I think there's a lot of excitement from the development community as well. There are a lot of folks who are interested in opportunities out there that this is going to create for them. So we did take bids in November. It's $4,587,250.05. APAC Central of Fayetteville is the low bidder, and we recommend that their bid be approved. This was reviewed by the Transportation Committee, and they are also making that recommendation. Also part of this is a budget adjustment to help clean up the interest earnings from the 2006 bond issue will be included in this project. And also the 2009 bond issue, essentially using the remainder funds from both of those bond issues, along with about $1.4 million of the 2013 bond issue, all put together to help fund this project. Last thing I want to mention, the memo does note that we were quite a bit below the engineer's estimate. However, the amount that we had budgeted for the project, this bid is just about in line with what we had budgeted for the project. So there's no additional $1 million in case anybody got overly excited about that. But it does fit within the budget that we have for the project.
What questions do you have? Sarah?
Are there going to be trees in that green space?
That's we do not have this. We did not bid those in the project, but that is something we do want to talk about. Both trees and street lighting. Sometimes that's left for development, but other times we can include that in the project. So I think that's a discussion item that we need to have.
I'm very open to that. I got no issues with that. I just need the money.
I just think that, it's important to have that buffer between the high-speed roadway and the pedestrian.
And to add on to that, I think, first of all, this being in Ward 3, I would love it even if it wasn't. But the fact that it's going to be that major connector, and a lot of people, that's the first part of the city they're going to see because they're going to come down and get to the shopping areas that way. So not only would trees, I think, be great, but I mean, I go into cities, I know a lot of us do, where you see art, whether it's sculptures, whether it's, some sort of murals or some sort of, there's a lot more artistic people than me, believe me. And so, but I just think that roadway, we've got one shot to do it really, really well at first, so I hope we look at all options, and I hope that the university helps, and students help, and Aubrey helps, and, everybody helps to make it something that we can be proud of, not just a road, kind of to your point. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is a resolution, right?
Yeah.
Motion to pass the resolution.
Second. Okay, what public comment do we have? All of you want to weigh in on this? Okay.
Just that I like to see that median.
Yeah, that was something I wanted to try.
If they get enough of so much soil there, it lacks function, and you can grow wildflowers and trees.
I've heard a lot about those. We'll find out how they work. Folks have changed me on all that stuff. I used to do that, and now I see them do the self-watering. All right. Any other comments on it? This is a great road. We've worked a long time on this.
Super, thank you.
2000.
It'll be good.
When did we start on this? Chris, 2003? Remember? Somewhere along in there?
Chris wasn't here when we started on it.
Oh. And we were young then. Okay, been a long time coming, but it's great work out of y'all and the former councils for your listeners and street committee. I want to thank you all for your efforts on this. Great project. Great project. All right. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Eddie.
Yes.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
Okay, number 2, vacation 13-4533, 2732 and 2734 Wildwood Legacy. An ordinance approving vacation 13-4533 submitted by Bates and Associates, property located 2732 and 2734 Wildwood, to vacate a utility and drainage easement.
Whereas the City Council has the authority under ACA 1454-104 to vacate public grounds or portions thereof which are not required for corporate purposes, and whereas the City Council has determined that the following described portion of the platted utility and drainage easement is not required for corporate purposes. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby vacates and abandons the following described utility and drainage easement as shown in Exhibit B attached. Section 2, that a copy of this ordinance duly certified by the city clerk, along with a map attached and labeled Exhibit A, shall be filed in the office of the Recorder of the County and recorded in the deed records of the county. In Section 3, that this vacation approval is subject to the condition of approval and shall not be in effect until the condition is met, that any relocation of existing utilities shall be at the owner-developer's expense.
Okay, Jeremy.
It's a vacation request in the Pine Valley subdivision. Pine Valley subdivision is south of the Porter Road, Mount Comfort interchange off of I-540. Multiple attempts have been made to develop this property over a number of years. And this particular easement is a result of one of the previous attempts to develop the property. It's an existing 16-foot drainage and utility easement platted on the property. The easement is no longer required. There were never any utilities developed within that easement, and the applicant's requesting it to be vacated. As we normally do, Transportation has reviewed this request, as has staff, and Planning Commission voted to forward it to you with a recommendation for approval with a vote of 8-0.
Okay. What questions do we have for Jeremy? Sub vacation. Yes.
Motion to suspend the rules and move to second reading.
Second.
Yep, we have a motion to go to second reading. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Eddie.
Yes.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Gray.
An ordinance approving VAC 13-4533 submitted by Bates and Associates for property located at 2732 and 2734 Wildwood to vacate a utility and drainage easement.
Okay, is any public comment on this?
Aubrey Shepherd, if I may,
Uh-huh.
question on the maps here, and I'm glad to see these guys got them up right now. But without a aerial photo with the topography and vegetation, actually you guys are not seeing much here unless you've been there and looked at it. But you see some lines that might indicate that was an actual historic drainage area that's a stream, historically a small stream. I don't know because I can't tell from it. But that's one of the, in some cases, that would be a very important thing to know about a project.
Okay.
That's why I was talking about that kind of
understand.
map.
Any other public comment on this? Okay. Bring it back to the council. We're on the second reading, correct?
Yes, second reading.
Move to go to third and final reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go to the third and final reading. Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Eddie.
Yes.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams. Long.
Yes.
Gray.
We still got 6, okay. An ordinance approving VAC 13-4533 submitted by Bates and Associates for property located at 2732 and 2734 Wildwood to vacate a utility and drainage easement.
Okay, any final comments from the council on this? Sandra, would you please call the roll?
Marsh.
Yes.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Petty.
Yes.
Tenet.
Yes.
Shopmire.
Yes.
Adams. Long.
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
The ordinance passed.
All right, thank you all. All right, number 3, RZN 13-4538, Razorback Road, Victory Commons, an ordinance rezoning that property described in rezoning petition RZN 13-4538 for approximately 5.09 acres located at 731 South Razorback Road from I-1 heavy commercial and light industrial to UT urban thoroughfare.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas, Section 1, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby changes the zone classification following side property from heavy commercial and light industrial to urban thoroughfare as shown in Exhibits A and B attached hereto, made a part hereof. Section 2, that the City Council of the City of Fayetteville, Arkansas hereby amends the official zoning map of the City of Fayetteville to reflect the zoning change provided in Section 1.
Mayor, I need to confirm this with the city clerk, but I believe the applicant requested this item be tabled, is that correct?
Or just left on the first
Or
reading.
left on the
Just
first
leave it
reading,
on
so
the first reading.
I think I'd just rather not present it, and I'll just do that.
Yeah, that's close. We just leave it right here. All right, moving along, number 4. Solid Waste Services, a resolution to develop a request for qualifications or proposal for the planning of a 10-year expansion of solid waste services to attain a diversion rate of 80% and to delay the scheduled rate study of solid waste services until its completion and adoption or rejection. Matt, I believe this is something you're bringing forward, or am I wrong? Yes.
Yes, myself and Alderman Kenyon.
Okay, yes, and Mark, yes, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the basic reason for bringing this forward is many citizens have requested that we expand our recycling services, primarily to multifamily, but also to other waste streams such as compostables, construction and demolition waste. It's been about 20 years since we did a rate study, so we're pretty much up against the deadline to do another one. For one reason or another, in the last few years we haven't been able to make the kinds of structural changes that we know are needed if we're going to expand our program to multifamily apartments and to compostables and construction and demolition waste. So I thought that it would be prudent, if it's something that we want to do within the next 3 to 4 years to make any of those changes, that it would be prudent that we have a plan in place before we conduct a rate study. The reason being, if we conduct a rate study now and then make those changes, they'll basically make our the rate study obsolete, and we would have to conduct another one. So that's why I wanted to bring this forward, so that we didn't have to pay for the same expense twice. Now this is the items in here. These are just suggestions. In the process of developing any kind of request for proposals or qualifications, these sorts of things would need to be firmed up. So like any resolution of intent, it's just a suggestion to the administration. So if we want to talk in detail about the items in Section 3, we can. I can talk about why I put those in there. But mostly I'd like to address one concern or one question I've anticipated, which is the question about why 80% is the number in there. And frankly, there is no analysis that gets us to 80%. It's meant as a moonshot. It's meant as a goal. Other cities have established goals at 80%. None of them have reached them yet. They're in the middle of their changes to reach those. Whenever they set a goal like that, it's usually for 2020 or 2025, like this ordinance does. As to the question of whether or not it's attainable, well, that remains to be seen. What I'd like to do, if we're going to go forward with this, is make a statement, whether it's 80% or another number, that communicates to the firm that we hire that we want to see a plan that is aggressive and that also shows us how perhaps If their conclusion is that number can't be achieved, they tell us why, and they tell us what we can achieve. I don't want another token solid waste plan. I want something that is meaningful if we're going to do this. Because that's the intention there. If we want to change the number, I'm not going to be a stick in the mud about the number. I will say, to give you an example, Seattle, who has one of the best-in-class solid waste divisions in the country, their goal is 70% by 2022, and an intermediary goal of 60% by 2012, which they just adjusted last year to be in 2015 because they were struggling reaching it. They're at 57% diversion rate now, and let's see, I have the report here. In the single-family market, they're at 71%. So it's really, I think it's indicative that communities everywhere struggle with the exact same things that we're struggling with. They just happen to be, in the case of Seattle, much farther along in coming up with the solutions than we are. So that's really the intent here. If we want to choose a different goal, if we want to do this, if we don't want to set an overall goal, I would suggest that we set a goal that says an improvement year over year, if we don't want to set a target for 10 or 12 or 15 years out. But in any case, I'm open to compromise on that. Like I said, I don't want to be a stick in the mud about it. It's meant to be an inspiring goal, something that communicates to the consultant that we want to see aggressive options.
Yes, sir.
I think that this is fantastic, and I want to thank you for bringing this forward. And, you know, you used the example of Seattle, and having lived in Seattle, you know, their waste system actually worked much easier from a resident standpoint than what we have here currently. I liked it a lot better. It was easier for me, and I also worked on a lot of construction sites where, because they were LEED sites, they set a goal of 75% diversion, and we commonly exceeded that goal. So it's not that pie in the sky, so I think it's a laudable goal, and I think 80% is a fantastic place to aim for.
Okay. Mark, you want to add anything? You're okay. What other comments do we have?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
I agree that I think ease of use is part of the way you can really help this, but from what I've read too, technology plays a big part, and it seems like some of the technology is not there yet to make the return on the investment for some cities possible. Would your intent be to include that in some sort of consultants? Would they promote some sort of maybe a roadmap of what might be coming and in their decision making? If it's 80% an attainable number, or if it's 50, I mean, do you think it's more technology driven, or is it more ease of use, or is it a combination?
I think it's a combination. To answer your question, yes, I certainly hope we hire somebody competent enough to answer those questions for us. Whenever we look at, you know, the reason I put these things in here at the end, a comprehensive waste reduction education program, I put that number one because it's absolutely essential regardless of the technology. At the same time, I think we have to face the fact that technology improvements are going to be absolutely necessary. And maybe the technology isn't there to hit these targets with multifamily. But if we're going to set a goal like this, we're not just talking about multifamily anymore. We're talking about food scraps at grocery stores. We're talking about construction and demolition waste at new construction projects. And in some of those areas, the technology may be there. The fact is, depending on what we're talking about, we either don't have the expertise or we don't have the leftover capacity to be able to make these determinations in-house. And the solid waste division right now has a cash surplus, or a cash reserve of a little more than $4 million. We haven't raised the rates, but once or twice in the last 20 years. And so the opportunity to talk about these things, in my opinion, is now, because even in those areas where the technology isn't quite there yet, there's so much research being done, I think it's fair to say we're on the cusp of those improvements.
I will mention that this went to the Water Sewer Solid Waste Committee. There was not a lot of discussion on it, but it was recommended to move forward to City Council.
All right.
Mayor, if I can make a few comments as staff. First of all, we're very supportive of identifying expertise in this area and having them help us identify a system. Not to sound too defensive of the department, but we're extremely proud of the Solid Waste Division and the advancements that we've made. What we have to remember is that when we're asking people to completely redesign a system or to expand services in an area that we have never offered, these people are already fulfilling services in 40-hour work weeks that we don't have time to stop, because this is a service that has to be provided every day of every week of every year. And so to step people aside and say, we'd like you to go study and develop systems and best in class and travel around the country and bring that information to us is something that we just don't have the capacity to do. We think there's a very high standard here in the city of Fayetteville for the advancement of recycling. We've heard it from many of the council members, but as we sit down and try to brainstorm, even looking at our current systems and some of the other systems that are out there, we start and stop this process because you can't get enough of a chunk of time to really have thinking time to combine it, because you're delivering service every single day. So we shared with Alderman Petty and Alderman Kenyon our strong support for bringing someone in to look at this, help us design it. We have challenges, and we're not the only city that has it, including some of the benchmark cities that have been talked about. Challenges with complexes that don't have room for containers, who a single stop could take an entire driver on our current curbside sort system all day to sort that complex, depending on the number of units. It could be the fact that we have people who don't want to give up parking. We don't have development codes that allow us to require space on the front end. We have numerous issues. We also have current reporting challenges, because while we have franchise agreements that allow our franchise players who participate in our solid waste collection, we don't have a reporting mechanism because our ordinances don't allow us the ability to collect what our franchise agreement lets us do, which is get a rebate fee on collection of recyclables. So there's lots of issues. Chapter 50 has not been rewritten from a complete whole. The solid waste business has changed dramatically. When you start talking about diversion, we have many challenges at the city, and one of the things I'm most proud of is that everything we collect on a recycling basis, we can tell you where it goes and what it's being used for, because that was a resolution passed by this council. And when we can't, we don't collect it, so that we don't ruin the credibility that we have with our citizens about what we're asking them to do in terms of recycling. But by having those items and then having diversion goals of a percentage, you have to have markets for these things to go, or we're in conflict with other resolutions that you have passed. So we're looking to have the expertise come in and tell us what is achievable through technology, what is achievable through our process, where can we be more efficient. And in 2015, we will be required to go through a fleet replacement cycle again. We just completed our last cycle this next year, 2014. And if we're going to make process changes, we need to make them before we start investments in capital equipment of that value. Not to mention the rate study, because it's a 5-year study of what your cost is to deliver that service for 5 years. And you don't want to change the process in the middle of it, to reiterate what Alderman Petty and Kenyon's resolution is. So we're supportive of it. I will say that we have concerns as a division. The C&D operation in Little Rock last year lost $1 million, and the city was challenged with how to make that a more feasible operation. We don't want to add an operation that loses money. So we like the language of the feasibility of assessing these items before we just design a system to automatically do it, and ultimately bring the study back to you so that you make the decision on what it is we're going to do. And then, as Jeremy said, in the last agenda item, we'll do it.
Yes, Mark.
When we're looking at this and we look at the initial part of this, I think that we might need to improve the language a little bit, because when I look at this, what I What we need to see is it feasible, not, and if it's feasible, what is the cost? Because what we're looking at here is the possibility of subsidizing services for recycling. Now, but if you look at the way that Alderman Petty put this at the first, it says whereas we want it to be at least market neutral. And I think that our revenue neutral. So what we need in this feasibility study is to know the cost and know the return on the investment, and if it actually has to be subsidized by another component, then we need to have that included in the study. And I think that whenever I read this, that's what I get out of it, but it might need, if someone has an idea of somehow to add that, we need to know, when this comes back to the Water, Sewer, Solid Waste Committee, we need to know, is it feasible, and what is the cost of this across the board so that it is revenue neutral. And that is mentioned in the first part of this. So as we go further in our discussion, 80%, and I've said this 100 times over and over, is an aggressive goal. It's way beyond what anyone would imagine with the current technology, the current markets, and the current